I can control the stones. I can control the stones. control the stones. Oh, I can control the stones.
Okay, get ready now. Here it comes.
Yep, this is the life. Living like kings, fucking like rock stars. And trust me, I know a thing or two about rocks.
Milady, the preparations have been made, though
Don't stay your tongue, my trusted vizier. Please speak your mind.
when today is finally finished, will you be able to live with yourself?
I've just come to take in the beautiful ceremony. I hope you like the gift I've given you, wrapped in red.
Oh, I can control the rocks.
Elder Marley said you must not let your anger control you if you ever want to control the stones.
This isn't about stones, dude. Ever since you became some big shot hero, you just treat everyone else like you treat your stones. Like tools. It's all about Delgo.
All I care about is that you assured me my freedom should I do what you asked. And I have. Now go ahead. Break me from my chains.
How I feel towards Delgo is between me and him and is nobody else's business.
Rocks are sharpened through violence. The Lochni and Norin were diametric opposites, land and sky. Only through the conflict between the two do we truly understand what it means to build a stronger world.
And Delgo, don't die on me. Not before I can kill you myself, you hear?
I know none of this is easy, so I figured I would just come out and say it. Right now, he's fighting for his life. He's stable for now, but that could easily change in a matter of days, maybe even hours.
Tell me, green friend, are you okay?
It is by my rule that all forms of bigotry are now illegal. Racism is officially over forever!
Oh, please. I take comfort in knowing I'm the best looking person in this yag hole.
The path of a warrior is a noble one, but it is stained in tears, sweat, and blood. I can see a warrior spirit in you if you continue under my tutelage.
Frankly, I don't think my non-binary ass is built for it.
Nonsense. Your non-binary ass can be shaped to hold a blade, among many other tools I have at my disposal.
Philo, you're quite foolish at times. It's impossible that you'll land the hottest babe in Jamora when I'm already marrying her.
I'm not going to just be eating wedding cake tonight. I see some tasty bridesmaids here. I'm ready to work my tongue like a fucking sorcerer.
There's only one thing I want your mouth to be doing right now, and it's not talking.
The only thing faster than the mighty rock biters, a glass of Jamoran whiskey going down one's gullet. At least when drinking among friends.
Every single one of you sits on a pack of lies.
I don't know who you are, but I'm gonna rock your world. I'm gonna bury your ass. And when you're 6 feet under and talking to Jamoran Satan, tell him that Delgo sent you there.
No time for distractions. Focus on thine enemy.
This is the thrill of battle I've been searching for.
Delgo, this is absolutely insane. If this doesn't work, you're gonna be Yag food, which is to say, you'll die.
Today's gonna be a big day.
Oh, I can control the stove.
This movie is so fucking funny, but it's also twisted. I think you're gonna like it.
What?
I hope you like the gift I've given you.
They're actually making Delgo to.
Oh my god. Oh, I'm pogging already.
Oh yeah! Delgo's the fucking king! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go!
Holy shit. Holy fucking shit, bro.
If anything happens to Delgo,
Are you okay?
I am going to lose
By
it.
my rule that
Oh my fucking god.
Dude, what?
It's back. Holy shit. What? Holy shit.
Get ready! Delgo Nation! Let's fucking go!
racism is officially over forever.
Let's go!
I take comfort.
Yeah, the Rock!
Elder Marley said you must not let your anger.
Oh my god!
It's, they said it. It's Delgo, guys. It's Delgo. Holy shit.
Do we truly understand what it means to build a stronger world?
Oh, fuck.
Delgo.
Oh my god. Is this what I think it is? Dude, I used to love watching this growing up.
I've just come to take
What?
the beautiful
Oh,
ceremony.
yeah, I think it was Land Before Time. Never mind. Wait, what's this then? Oh, it's Delgo. Yeah. Wait, Delgo?
If Delgo dies, I die with him. If Delgo lives, I fight with him. Delgo is my king.
Delgo 2? Yeah, it's epic.
Yeah.
The path of a warrior is a noble one, but it is stained in tears.
Yes,
sweat,
we
and
are
blood.
back!
I can see you.
Delgo 2, man. Fucking Delgo 2. Hell yeah.
I've been waiting so long for Delgo 2. What the hell? I'm so excited.
What the hell? Who is this?
Do da do da do da do da do da do do da do da do da do da do da do. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Delgo 2, the beautiful, beautiful live read of the script that we've been working on for the past month. This is so brave. What's brave about it? What's brave about it? Am I going to be lost if I haven't seen Delgo 1? Don't think about it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. As you can see, right below me, we have our star-studded cast.
Have I just...
No, I'm just gonna say, if anyone abuses the redeems, I will get rid of them. They're gonna leave, they're gonna stay for now. But if you fuck with them, you're gone. They're gone. They're gone. And thank you, Smile Superstar. And thank you for the soup. All right, let's just jump straight into it. I'm ready to get into Delgo 2. I would love to introduce our cast, but as you can see, we have a gigantic cast here.
I can control the stones.
Thank you for the follow. Let's just get straight into the script. I'm ready to go. Is everyone ready?
No.
I just got back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So ready.
Ready for what?
I was born ready.
That's a yes for me, dog.
Hey, Scott from the past. This is
Okay,
Scott from the future. This is such a bad idea.
I'm disabling the alerts. I'm disabling them. You can't do this.
Come on, streamer. Come on.
Okay, fine. Those. Just be good. Just be good.
The Dan Hedgehog one
It could be a little naughty.
I can't believe it's like the first thing that happened on the stream.
Wow, I'm so excited to watch the second Delgo movie and also be in it. No, cheerer, Scherzer was son.
That was really interesting of you, little Russ, and I'm glad you're here with me today. You also helped write Delgo 2 with me, along with our buddy Delgo, who did most of the fact checking. You did most of the lore and research. So we're just gonna go through. I don't want to talk. I don't want to like preamble anymore. Let's just start. As all of our actors have the script up, the screen up, ready to read?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes,
All right.
yes.
Yeah, boss.
Yep.
All right, we're going in. Exterior, rooftop party. A drone shot of a banging party happening in a roof. Wait, why did that sound go off? Wait, what happened there?
Start the movie over.
Uh-oh.
What happened there? Okay, never mind.
Matt, if you interrupt again, we're just gonna have to start over every time.
We're gonna start over every single fucking time. Drone shot of a banging party happening on a rooftop in LA, the city of angels, otherwise known as Hollywood, or Holly Weird on account of all the leftist loons. A drone flies by partygoers' heads, passing through the crowd, showing all the hottest stars partying hard and getting their groove on in one long continuous shot. The drone then flies up to a stage where Philo is DJing? Cut to a flat angle shot focusing on a private room behind the stage labeled VIPs only. Inside the room is our star, Delgo. He's wearing an immaculate three-piece suit that would impress even the Twitter menswear guy, and an eye patch. Princess Kyla snorts a line of cocaine off of his fully erected, visible 12-inch penis before sucking him off to completion. Princess Kyla then open-mouth kisses him. They French back and forth until you see Delgo's Adam's apple move downward, swallowing something.
Yup, this is the life. Living like kings, fucking like rock stars. And trust me, I know a thing or two about rocks. I know my life is better than yours. Do you envy me? Do you hate me? Too bad. I don't think about you at all. The world is my oyster, and I'm ready to crack this nut. I have all of this now, but it wasn't always like this.
Slow fade into a map of Jamora as a voiceover by Bogardus, voiced by Val Kilmer, starts. He died in the last movie, but it's okay it's okay that he's here because he's just doing a voiceover. He's not going to be alive in the movie, he's just doing narration.
Long ago, the land of Jamora was divided by the prejudices that kept the Lochni and Norrin people from seeing each other as equals. Legend tells that the Lochni committed a terrible sin that forever split them from the Norrin, between the earth and the sky. The bitch queen Sedessa sought to exploit the racial divide of these peoples for her own twisted gain. Inspired by the heroics of an unlikely band of adventurers, the good denizens of Jamora put their differences aside and unified against her. But the scars of prejudice still linger. Many Lochni see the Norrin as invaders, but the new queen has sought to mend the divide. Despite surviving the war, King Jean was plagued by many injuries he sustained at Sedessa's hand, and was determined unfit to rule by the Council of Seven. Thus, he bequeathed the throne to his daughter, Princess Kyla. She is to marry her consort, the chieftain-in-waiting of the Lochni tribe and the hero of the Great War, Prince Delgo. While many wish for them to be wed and bring unity to the land of Jamora once and for all, there are also those who would see it fall just as readily.
Exterior, Lochni Village. Delgo and Philo are riding around on rock-biters similar to that scene in the first movie. Delgo looks stern and confident, adorned in a hunting vest made of stark hide covering its many pieces of plate mail. Zoom in on his hip, showing a sword with a familiar orange stone at the very end of the handle. The pair come up with a pack of wild rock-biters, who all start stampeding around them. Delgo and Philo's own steeds match their pace.
Hail to the Delgo! Can't believe you're next in line to be chief of village now. The perks are tremendous. We get to stuff our faces full of glombo berries, dance with the sexiest Lochni babes, and yeah, you guessed it, park our rock biters wherever we want.
That's easy for you to say, Philo. I thought at the conclusion of our last adventure, all my problems would have been solved. But now I'm balancing work and a long-distance relationship. I wish I could go back to my days of being an adventurer. I want to sling rocks at rockbiters, not sling deals at diplomats.
Check this shit out, Big D!
Philo stands up on the back of his rockbiter just like Delgo did in the first Delgo movie. It's called a freaking callback, okay? But because Philo is doing it, it's not nearly as impressive as when Delgo did it. Basically, everyone stands on their rockbiters like that now. Philo pulls out his stupid fucking slingshot he's still using for some reason, but he's actually kind of beast mode with it now. He's giving Usopp? He slingshots one of his stupid little gadgets he has now. It expands into a giant net and is attached to some sacred stones. He manages to get the net around the rockbiter, and then sticks his hand out, shaking it like a little wuss.
Come on, Philo. You can do this!
The rockbiter struggles in the net while the sacred stones faintly glow, but eventually they fade out and it keeps running with the herd.
Fuck!
Cut back to the rockbiter, which is basically just a rhino if you're having trouble picturing it. It's really not that different from a rhino. Suddenly, all the stones glow perfectly and the nets lift up into the air, bagging the rockbiter like he was nothing. We cut back to Delgo, sticking his hand out with a gigantic smirk on his face, magically dragging the huge animal back towards him.
Someday, Philo, you're going to have to control the stones on your own. You're going to be stuck between a rock and a hard place, and I won't be able to use my patented rock and roll to save you.
You think you're rock solid, dude, but you're just a pebble. You're always treating like I don't know rock. Whatever do to you, man? Are you like this?
Now, Philo. Elder Marley said you must not let your anger control you if you ever want to control the stones.
This isn't about stones, dude! Ever since you became some big shot hero, you just treat everyone else like you treat your stones, like tools. It's all about Delgo. You're such an asshole, dude. You can't ever let another person get credit for anything. I've been attending improv classes for the past 2 years, and I've been working on my comedic timing. My teacher says I have the chops, and you haven't even come to any of my shows once. My riffs are choice, but also I keep my characters super grounded, unlike your ego. And you know, I hate saying all that because it feels like I'm just blowing my own fucking dick, but it's true, man! I have to recognize the things about myself that have improved, especially after everyone used to find me so abrasive. That's a big difference between you and me, man. You're living in the past and expecting everyone else to come to your level, while I'm out here working on me, trying to better myself. I'm trying to become a better person so people will actually like me. I used to have no friends except for you, Delgo. We were both losers together. You could barely control the stones too, and you were a weird outcast like me. They called the hero of the war, but you barely did any actual combat. All you did was knock out Sedessa. That's called stolen valor, man. Now I have like a ton of friends from the improv scene who have not once disrespected our troops. And yet, I'm still so obsessed with your validation that I keep hanging out with you.
Those sorts of insecurities will always hold you back from being able to control the stones. That's what Elder Marley taught me, Philo.
I'm not insecure, Delgo! In fact, I love myself now! Sometimes I worry that you treat me like this just because you're a toxic person. You're an energy vampire. You can't stand to see me broadening my horizons, so you try to drag me back down to your level. You really need to speak to a therapist, Delgo. I have one I've been talking to for a while. I think it'd help a lot if you reach out. I'll give you a sacred stone number so you can call him later. Even though you really pissed me off lately, you're still my friend, and I'm extremely worried about you, Delgo.
A gep flies by Philo's head, and he gets so spooked by it that he tumbles off his rock biter. Delgo is still smirking as he rolls his eyes, letting out a small chuckle.
Oh, Philo, never change.
Fuck you! Is that my main man, Clasto?
Entering the frame is Clasto, a proud Lockney warrior equipped with the keenest eyes in Jamora and a finely handcrafted bow. He's versed in all sorts of ancient and powerful Lockney combat techniques, and is only second to Delgo in terms of pure combat skill and acumen.
Philo and the chief himself. What brings you to my humble outskirts? I'd offer you some drink and food, but all I have is a few drops of Ganaran spice wine and skeep jerky.
Clasto, I envy your environmental acumen. I've become too used to city life, like eating cooked foods, using toilets with bidets, listening to troubadours every night. Sometimes I miss the silence and the stars of that beautiful summer we hunted alone together.
It's all romance until you ride
I
through a
can control the
sandstorm and
stones.
feel the grit of sand in your teeth for months. How goes it in the mainland? Future Lord Delgo.
You somehow got my wedding invitation all the way out here? Or do rumors spread faster than razor wings in the Jamoran winds? Wild.
The only thing faster than rumors of the mighty rockbiter is a glass of Jamoran whiskey going down one's gullet. At least when drinking among friends.
The trio start a fire and start having a jovial time. Whatever tensions there were between Delgo and Philo seem to have quelled instantly by the calming presence of Clasto. I don't know why I'm having trouble talking today. I gotta speak from my diaphragm so I don't have to breathe as much. Interior, the Queen's chambers. Open up on a close-up of Queen Kyla laying in her bed naked under the covers. The camera zooms out to reveal multiple concubines of every gender laying in Kyla's bed as well, all nude. The concubines are made up of Lockney and Norin, and those weird little goblin freaks. And there's even one of those big muscular orcs who's extremely well hung. Suddenly, Kyla is awoken by the sound of a loud knocking on the door.
Milady, the Council of Seven has already begun to convene. They require your attendance. My liege, can you hear me?
The door swings open and you see Kyla standing there completely nude, and you can see everything like full frontal style. She's such a total smoke show too, like a real bombshell. She's so fucking hot. There are the two. Did we lose Sarah? Sarah?
Frankly, I don't blame Sarah for getting out quick.
Sarah! Everyone yell for Sarah. Sarah!
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 She said her
I miss
mic's not
you.
working.
Yeah,
She said
Clap
her
your
mic's
hands
working
if
in
you
the
believe
chat.
in Sarah.
Sarah's mic not working?
In the
Oh
chat
my
chat.
god, no! What happened?
Type her lines in.
Unplug it and plug it back in.
Sarah,
I'm
come
only half
back.
joking.
Someone speak for me. All right. Someone do Kyla for now. Who wants to jump in? Who wants to jump in? Anyone?
Jump in. I'll do it.
Oh, I can
I
control.
saw
Absolutely,
Sarah's
go.
light turn off.
Go for it, Bosch.
Oh,
Hello.
Oh, we got Sarah. Never mind. We're good.
Saved.
Okay, we're good. We're good.
hooray.
All right. Now it's your line. Did he come out again?
Don't tell me. No way. No way.
God has something against Delgo. I don't know what. He does not want to. He does not want to see this project finished. Hollywood's not trying to shut us down.
We had Sarah for a second.
Microphones have built-in AI that prevent you from reading this line. If they detect you reading Delgo 2 scripts, they shut down immediately. You have to use
just too sexy.
Your Discord account actually gets banned.
Yeah, but Bosch, if you wanna go in for Kyla, go for it.
Might as well, and then yeah, hopefully I can stop after a little bit. But you know what? We're gonna have a good time here. You'll have to forgive me if I'm not particularly interested in hearing about tax rates at 7 a.m. on a weekend.
Milady, these are your duties. Overseeing the kingdom is not all
Here, Curran.
fun and
Oh, fine, go for it.
fun and games.
Kyla pauses for a beat before rubbing her temples.
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh my god!
Yes.
I'm sorry, everyone. Jesus Christ. Oh, this is all Kyla speaking. Okay.
Yes.
Where are we?
The next Kyla line, the second one. Tell the council.
Tell.
1 second. Tell the council.
Regent, you have to act.
Trying to find where we're at. Tell the council I'll be down in 5.
A big muscular orc puts his arm around her shoulder.
Make it 15.
Interior, council chambers. 7 well-dressed figures sit at a table while the 8th, Queen Kyla, sits at the end of the table wearing sweatpants and a cut-off t-shirt that says pink on it. The councilmen all argue while Kyla sits there, holding her head up with her fist.
And that's why we should be enacting a 5% tax increase for all Lockney citizens. They are uncivilized and want to live in squalor. So at least we can make them pay for it.
They're not uncivilized, and we're not increasing their taxes. They're just as civilized as us. They just have a different culture and customs. We may be a little more technologically advanced, but they have things we could never understand, like their mystical sacred stones.
Our own sacred stone research has been progressing steadily. My husband, Dr. Firmerus, and I'm a man, by the way, is the head researcher. We believe that any Norin could tap into their source of mystical power. It's just that nobody has completely cracked the science behind it yet. Not even my loving husband.
I thought I discontinued sacred stone research, Scaramantis. How long has this been going on behind my back?
Frankly, my lady, many in the kingdom have found your gentle treatment of the Lockney quite disturbing. The Norin people are worried that they will be treated as second-class citizens compared to the Lockney, and it's our duty as your council to enact any programs and policies that are in the best interest of the Norin people.
Need I remind you as well that we do not see the Lockney as a lesser race? Me and my wife, like many others, think quite the opposite. It is the mere fact that because we respect them as equals, like me and my wife treat each other as equals, that we must be prepared to treat them as potential threats.
What else has gone on under my nose? Don't tell me you've continued to work on Project D.
I'm sorry, milady. Project D.
Forgive me if I'm not amused by your act of playing dumb. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Milady, I can assure you that no work has progressed on this Project D that you speak of, the existence of which cannot be confirmed or denied at this time.
I won't play any part in this farce. The unity of the Norin and the Lockney people is the only way we will be able to progress forward. These uneasy tensions and plotting behind their backs and mine will only fracture the relationship between our peoples further.
Of course, milady. Congratulations on your betrothal, blah blah fucking. Congratulations Congratulations on your betrothal, by the way. Our polling indicates that the Norn people are responding quite positively to your upcoming wedding. We believe that your wedding will certainly help ease tensions with the Lockney.
Councilman 5 using American Sign Language.
Yes, congratulations are in order.
Vizier Kieran nervously pulls Kyla. Vizier Kieran nervously grabs Kyla and leads her to the door.
Pardon me, sirs and madams, I must pull the queen aside for some quick advisement.
Kieran leads Kyla into the next room.
Kieran, my trusted vizier, tell me why you censor me in my own chamber.
This wedding to the Lockney hero. Delgo, was it?
It was, and you know that. I would appreciate it if you didn't play coy with me.
Right, milady, I apologize.
Kieran, you and I have been friends our entire lives, just like Delgo and that other weird guy he hangs out with, whom I find utterly repulsive, but he has a real attractive charm to him.
That's what I wish to discuss with you. The wedding. Are you sure you still want to go through with it? I've seen how many suitors you take into your chamber at once. You've even asked me to join you in your bed.
And it was a beautiful night we shared together. Don't you want to try it one more time?
Kyla gets much closer to Kieran, backing her into the wall. Kieran is now breathing heavier, yet still keeping her stalwart composure.
This is what I mean. Do you even care for the Lockney boy? You're so eager to throw yourself at anything else that I wonder if you even still harbor feelings for him at all.
Kyla looks upset and backs away from Kieran, who is still red in the face and leaning against the wall.
How I feel towards Delgo is between me and him and is nobody else's business, especially not that of the council's.
Of course, milady. It was wrong of me to question it.
But no, you're not wrong. There was once a spark there that just isn't there anymore. He's changed. He used to be so rebellious, so carefree. Now he only speaks of honor and the code of the Lockney in our letters. He rarely tells me what he wishes to do to me when we meet next, and where on my body he would do it to as he once used to.
If you don't love him like you used to, is it right to go on with the marriage as intended?
You needn't worry about that. My marriage with Delgo is assured and will bring harmony to the Norn and the Lockney. But to truly make sure that that union is never broken, there are those within our governments whose power must be stifled.
My queen.
There's somebody I must speak with.
Exterior, snowy mountaintop. On a snow-swept mountain, there's a mysterious building that looks like a cross between Frankenstein's castle and an Apple store. A howling wind is the only thing in the score. Something foreboding is happening here. Interior, alchemy/science lab. The room is full of beakers and nasty potions. Colorful vapors cling to the nasty jars full of disgusting ingredients. A lowly lab tech, Scrumbo, picks their nose before they're slapped in the back of the head by a scientist named Frankie E. Enstein. Tito, you have to unmute before you talk. That's just a common thing people do when they're on a stream. I know that's something you know.
You have to. You just knew I was talking. It's fine. Anyways, hey, boss man, Frankie. Hey, I'm so sorry. I was getting the experiment. I was a little busy. I was
making a mockery of science, Scrumbo. You complete dullard. You almost screwed up the research we're doing that my dear sweet Sedessa dreamed of.
Didn't she lock you in a cell, man? Aren't you like? Wouldn't that make you like an incel stalker?
Scrumbo looks directly at the camera with an eyebrow raised, just like Jim from The Office.
Quiet you! When I completed my research, you would have loved me for being the genius I am. She just hadn't realized it yet. Besides, if they don't think I was a prisoner, the Norn Council would have killed me on the spot instead of assigning us to this godforsaken rock to study the power of rocks.
I'd rather get stoned.
There's a handicap-style zoom in during this line, and it hangs on Scrumbo for an uncomfortably long beat.
I'll stone you yet, you babbling baboon. Sedessa, before she died in the last movie, researched the great legend of how the Lochni and Norn once shared the world, fritting her about the clouds and doing all sorts of pixie bullshit. But as the legend goes, a Lochni did the unthinkable sin and was bound to the earth to dig among the dirt for the rest of their lives.
Okay. So she wasn't just well endowed. She also was well read. It's impressive.
She didn't just read. She discovered the truth. It was all true, and the original sin was real.
So they love the earth, and they must live among it forever. Did they kiss the side of a mountain or something?
They found love, my nefariously Nimrodic Scrumbo. Love. With a rock!
What? Like they found granite in the kitchen or something?
You know Scrumbo is looking dead at the camera after that one.
No, you lethargic layabout! They found the mother rock, a rock-based life form that can take in any genetic material and create life, a literal drawing of blood from a stone.
So they love the rock? You make love to the rock?
I tire of your inept innuendos. Sedessa thought the mother rock were extinct, but if I've found one here on this godforsaken mountain, the last of its kind, and with the right genetic material and some of my patented magic elixir, I can do something really crazy.
Do you need me to have sex with it?
Not quite that, my lovely Scrumbo. I need you to put on this.
This says Freaky Ian's. I'll go with it. Freaky Ianstein holds up a little red dress. Exterior, the hottest nightclub in Jamora. A club remix of All I Do Is Win by DJ Colin Blair's as insane lights and flash here, there, and everywhere. The beat is so banging, everyone can't help but give into hedonism. Drugs are handed out like candy on Jamoran Halloween. Bottles are popped like it's a middle school track meet. And Norog cocktails are being munched like a pod of baleen whales devouring krill. Delgo, Classo, and Philo are here. Are they wearing the flyest lounge suits imaginable? Philo takes 2 sips of Jamoran whiskey and grins at Delgo.
Is this not the best bachelor party you've ever been to? There's more booze and drugs here than you could possibly ever want.
I don't know if I trust these poppers, Philo.
You're coming in quiet, Solon, by the way.
Am I?
Yeah.
I don't know if I trust these poppers, Philo.
That's better.
But I don't know. The only drug I use is the smoke weed of the Eastern Plains. At least this Jamoran whiskey is neat as the horn of the Clampar.
Clasto, the booze is quite tasty. And Philo, the drugs are quite fervent. But all this just reminds me how much responsibility I have now. A soon-to-be wife, a village to chief around, a best friend to wisecrack upon. This is becoming simply too much responsibility.
The only responsibility I have tonight is getting some insane tail. That's right, boys. I'm gonna fuck tonight. I'm gonna stick my green thingy in some sweet pink and or brown. You hear me, fellas? I'm gonna get my shit bounced on like an inflatable castle tonight.
I admit, it's been a whole 8-moon cycle since I've had my wildebeest in anything other than my offhand. Maybe Clasto can cut loose tonight.
Look, there's some choice strains there.
Philo gestured towards what's clearly Scrumbo in a dress and heels. Scrumbo actually cleaned up kind of nice, looks real sexy, like in a way that might make some people in the audience uncomfortable. We're not saying that we want them to be uncomfortable. It's just that there are people with prejudices that might find this uncomfortable to look at. Not us, though. That's not what we believe. Next to him is the mother rock with a face painted on it and a wig. Scrumbo walks up and scratches Philo's chin. So, you have to unmute when you say your lines. You can't stay muted when you say your lines.
I was just bracing. Sorry. This this tall drink of green liquid right out of the juicer. I could drink you right up and I don't spit out the pulp. I swallow.
Scrumbo then scratches the hairy chest of Clasto.
Who's this big old piece of sandpaper here? Looking at you makes me wanna rub down some wood.
Humana.
Clasto looks like he's panting like a dog. Philo turns and whispers to Delgo.
Delgo, 3 of us are fishing partners tonight, and I think me and Clasto here just snagged some choice fin swimmer.
Philo makes a gesture like he's cupping a voluptuous ass. Clasto blushes like a schoolboy. Philo then secretly points at the rock with a wig.
The 2 of us are gonna need you to keep this 6 on the line so we can net this 10. You hear?
Philo, Clasto, and Scrumbo scamper off to engage in the spit swap menage a trois. As Delgo and the disguised Mother Rock sit in awkward silence.
So, you come here often? It's my first time here. Probably my last, I'll be honest. I don't feel 100% comfortable talking to you like this. You're very attractive, and I'll just say it. I'm getting married soon. Wow, sorry. I just said that like I'm going grocery shopping tomorrow. I'm getting married. Keep saying it like it's gonna happen. And it is, but it doesn't feel like it is. Feels like just another expectation I'm supposed to meet at this point, you know? I save a kingdom and my village, and suddenly I'm in charge of everyone else's shit. I don't even have time for myself at this point. Like I'd go to one of Philo's stupid improv shows, but they schedule these things at 10 p.m. on a Wednesday. A fucking Wednesday. Do these people not have jobs? Or do their parents pay for their rent? Mine didn't, on account of them being dead. But I can't process that grief because I have rocks to whip around, you know? My parents were killed by the Norrin too. And sometimes I think I should have more baggage about marrying the queen of them. Thinking about the Norrin, a whole other culture. People just like you and me with a blood-stained history. And I hated them. I fucking hated them. But I tried talking to Philo, and it's all wisecracks. And Clasto leaves for the woods the second you bring up his least favorite word, feelings. Sometimes it feels like I'm scheduled, or sometimes it feels like I'm secluded. Just living like a bug under some rock. You know, someone turned it over and everyone's gawking at me. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love rocks. But you think I'd be able to find some comfort with one nowadays. But it's do this, do that, you know? Just fucking busy work all the time. I saved the kingdom. I saved the village. But they're all just clingers on, and I'm sitting here going, when do I get time for me?
A gust of wind blows the hair back on the Mother Rock. Delgo downs a whole tumbler of Jamoran whiskey. His cheeks look rosy.
You're a good listener. Not like Kyla. I like that about you.
Delgo gets in real close to the Mother Rock. Gets really breathy.
I really like that.
Interior silhouetted bedroom. Delgo and the Mother Rock enjoy a beautiful night of passion together. Delgo is tender and gentle, caressing and loving the Mother Rock with every inch of his body. Every position is for the Mother Rock, not for Delgo. Every nook and cranny of that rock is polished like a bronze statue.
I love you. I love your moves. We had fun tonight. Really appreciate that. We'll get coffee tomorrow, okay?
Delgo gently caresses the Mother Rock's wig.
She's sleeping.
Delgo yawns and spoons the Mother Rock. When he awakes the next morning, she's gone without a word. The connection they shared last night was so beautiful. It was so real. You feel the yearning in Delgo's heart. He uses the hotel room's coffee pot to make some nasty hot brown and stares into the sunrise.
Love is a lot like a beautiful sunrise. It never lasts long as you think it should.
Interior, the Norrin dungeon. It's the same dungeon from the last movie with a bunch of hanging cells that only people with wings can reach. In a wide shot, we see Queen Kyla arrive in the prison with Curran and an armored Norrin soldier on the bridge. There's a blurry figure in the foreground. Kyla holds up a hand towards her party.
Wait here.
The two figures accompanying her head back out to the doorway they came from. Kyla then motioned towards another soldier further down the bridge.
Lower the cell.
The soldier turns a lever. The background blurs as the figure in the foreground comes into focus. It's a cell, housing what appears to be a beautiful Norrin woman in rags, but she has no wings. The cell rattles and then slowly lowers. Cut to Kyla waiting on the bridge. The camera is to her back, blocking our view of the figure in the cell.
It's been a long time, hasn't it?
Cut to the front of the cell. The figure cloaked in shadows cast by an overhead light. The figure walks forward into the light.
Odessa.
An extremely eerie and scary violin chord plays to underscore what a truly epic moment this is. Sedessa, despite being clad in disgusting, filthy rags, looks so fucking good. She's just one of the baddest of the baddies, even her prison stint hasn't stopped her from keeping her shit tight. The rags are barely covering her body, her midriff is exposed, and clearly she's been doing bicycle crunches. And oh my god, that tasteful helping of side boob. If Daddy brought his kids to the theater, he's getting his money's worth.
I'm sick of being typecast like this.
If you would have me.
In my own time. I'll need a moment. I'm sorry.
Oh, I trust you. I trust you.
It was such a great setup. You know, I'm still got shivers. You know, such literature. The young princess, or wait, should I say, Queen Kyla?
You know what they call you now? The bitch queen. How does that make you feel?
Can I say I'm really glad that I get to read this line, Scott, before I read it?
Please.
So I need to stop laughing because every time I think about this line, I get the giggles. Well, if I... This is a masterpiece, Scott. After I spent 2 weeks saying this was a piece of garbage that should never be allowed to come to pass, I still think that, but I'm very glad that it has come to pass. Well, if I was a bitch. No, I'm sorry. Okay.
You can stick the landing. I trust you.
I need to focus. I need to focus. Heart of the cards. Well, if I was a bitch. No! Well, if I was a bitch, then I must have been the baddest one of them all. That was a terrible read. I'm sorry.
I'd like to make you an offer then, bitch. Surely you don't wish to spend the rest of your days rotting in a cell.
Oh, please. I take comfort in knowing I'm the best-looking person in this yog hole. But let me ask you first, what else have the people been saying about me?
Nothing. As far as the rest of Jamora is concerned, you're dead. You've been dead for 4 cycles.
And you want to make a deal with a dead woman. Do you remember what happened to the last group of people who wanted to make a deal with the great Sedessa?
You slaughtered them all. I remember. I remember everything. Even how you killed my mother. In fact, that's what I envy about you. It's that particular talent you possess that I'm interested in. You eliminated the Outlander Council just so you could take their armies and invade Jamora, all while seducing the esteemed General Reyes to attack the Lochni. All that betrayal and bloodshed just to set yourself on top of the Norrin throne. Me? I don't have such grand, fantastic plans.
But you do have plans, child. Big plans. I can see it all over your face, my dear. You and I are a lot more alike than you'd care to admit. Bad bitches.
Sedessa leans in on Kyla, almost as if she's about to kiss her on the lips. Kyla sits there briefly, looking as though she's ready to accept it, until she gently pulls away. Kyla speaks in a breathy tone, her next words delivered like a sharp whisper cutting through thread. Her breath is hot on Sedessa's cheeks.
We're nothing alike. That's why I need you. I want you to eliminate the Council of the Seven.
The camera cuts to a close-up of Sedessa as a smirk grows on her face from ear to ear.
Well, if I was a bitch, then I must have been. I keep thinking I'm gonna be able to read it right, and I can't. It's too good. Well, if I was a bitch, then I must have been the baddest one of them all. No,
There you
no,
go.
that's turning into one of the squid aliens from Galaxy Quest.
Exterior,
Anyway, there's no
snowy
more time.
mountaintop.
Thank you.
The snowy mountaintop is mostly the same, but an opening in the ceiling reveals a series of human-sized test tubes. Interior, the spooky lab. Most of the human-sized test tubes are filled with innocuous green solution, but two near each other are filled with a cloudy purple liquid. The misty purple liquid dissipates slightly, revealing the mother rock floating in the nasty gunk. Scrumbo is now in the sexy secretary outfit filing their nails, and Dr. Frankie E. Ensign reads the monitor connected to the mother rock tube.
How peculiar, Scrumbo. My clueless claptrap of a lab tech. These readings indicate that this mother rock is in love. It's love. How peculiar. All Norin scientists know there is no room for love in science.
Hard to feel love out here.
Scrumbo casually looks directly at the camera.
Without a little, I get pain.
Quiet you! Your IQ is below that of a bivalve, and you'll be filter feeding like one soon if you don't quiet down. Now, if I turn these dials and hit the switch, the expecting mother rock in my evil serum will produce a being so vile, so petulant, it'll make Sedessa look like fucking Mother Teresa.
Frankie stands behind some sort of console, watching meters fluctuate up and down. He sees one tube labeled D gaining more power.
Wait, didn't you want to Didn't you want to marry Sedessa? Are you trying to bone this thing you're making?
Shut your onerous cornhole and listen to me! Quickly, Scrumbo.
Okay.
Project D is progressing rapidly, faster than I could have ever imagined. He must inform the Research Administration. I'll make that head researcher and his husband grovel at my feet once my work has been completed.
What do you want me to... What am I supposed to tell him, boss man Frankie?
Tell them D has come too.
Interior, a cozy gambling parlor. A wide-eyed, hungover Delgo downs some hot brown and looks into his box with 5 pyramid-shaped dice in it. Philo and Clasto are there, but so are Plurt the famous Lockney funnyman, and Selvage, a non-binary Norin wearing the Jamoran equivalent of a Canadian tuxedo. Denim jeans, denim jacket, and a denim binder, although you can't see it under their understated designer t-shirt. They always bring Eastern Plains smokeweed. Lasso takes a fat rip on a smokeweed pipe and blows Gandalf-style smoke puffs that starts as a mountainscape but transform into a pair of boobs. The fellas all laugh uproariously, except Delgo, who is deep in concentration.
Ha! Delgo must not think it's funny because he hasn't seen a pair in a hot minute. Forgot what they look like, Delgo, my man?
Some folks are trying to win tonight and not lose everything.
Oh, don't worry, D-Man. Me and Clasto won last night. I mean, I haven't had a night of intercourse like that in ages. You wouldn't believe the things us three did. We tried oral, anal, armpits, feet stuff, behind the kneecap stuff, breast play, breast worship, cock degradation, ass worship, ass degradation, pegging, light bondage, cock cage, and humiliation, heavy bondage, knife play, light guru. Did I mention humiliation yet? Geez, she was insane, D-Man. We were lucky it was a threesome situation last night. Felt like Clasto and me against 100 at times.
Philo did not jest. Those were words I had to learn yesterday. Scrumbo was more like a pack of sarks than one sexual partner. If I tackled such a beast solo, I surely would have perished under that bevy of fetishes.
That sounds like a lot of fun, guys. I gotta go out with you more. Sometimes it feels like nobody really wants my non-binary ass, so I usually just sit around the house alone.
Delgo was alone last night, so you have that in common. I know that's right!
Philo puts his arm up to get high-fived by Plurnt as Delgo turns his wooden box upright.
What's wrong, man? You folding already? Just as you couldn't get into some lady folds last night on account of you getting married soon?
Guys, this atmosphere reeks of toxic masculinity.
Like when a male Plavarian Snortus unleashes his toxic fumes under duress.
Don't deflect with nature stuff, Clasto. You're playing into this too.
Hey, Delgo. I know I'm Norn and non-binary, but I feel like you might be killing the mood.
Selvage, I love you, but this is the one instance I'm going to need you to back the fuck off. I've been going through a lot of stress lately, and it shows me you guys aren't willing to talk about your feelings. I'm getting married in a day, and I don't know if I love the woman that's going to be my wife. She's beautiful, sexy, smart, politically engaged. It is a perfect 10 in every way. But she's changed. Like being queen isn't enough for her anymore. And same goes with me. She won't invite me into her stately pleasure palace, and I think it's because I'm just something to prop up for a truce between our people.
Well, she ain't propping up your green thing, right, boys?
Everyone gives Plurnt a weird stare, letting him clearly know now's not the time. An awkward silence hits the group before Clasto drags a long puff on the smokeweed pipe.
Delgo, I get it. I'm not good with feelings. Not good at talking about this stuff. When I feel bad, I pick some berries and I read the winds. I was a woodsy guy before, but I didn't become like nature guy until the divorce. So I just find it hard to share this stuff, especially when I'm hanging with the boys. Present company included. But I do care. And I want to be honest and emotionally vulnerable with you.
Me too. Like how that was my first time having a threesome last night. And Clasto, you were a great teacher. Like how when the Stone Sage Council taught me how to wield the sacred stones, you taught me how to make love to a sexual partner and not just fuck them. And I appreciate that.
It's not so different from caring for the pup of a Sark who's abandoned by its mother.
I always feel like a bit of an outsider, like I was just a Norn and a non-binary person that got let into the boys' club. But I appreciate I'm invited to the Lockney cookout.
Selvage, Jamoran, Jesus Christ, you gotta read the room. I love you, buddy, but you have to have a little more tact with the stuff like this.
I'm not comfortable about my body.
Plurnt, wow.
I feel you on that.
That's so brave, Plurnt, and your bravery has inspired me. I'm going to talk with Kyla after our wedding and ask her what she wants us to be. A political marriage or more than that? If it's still love. Because that's why we're all here, right, guys? And they?
Cheers.
All of them clink their glasses together.
To love!
To love!
Exterior, the Norn Palace.
Oh my God, Scott.
What? What's wrong? What's wrong?
It's so good.
The
I
entryway
hit
to
the mute button so quick to not laugh over everybody else's line. It was so good.
The entryway to the palace has been adorned with the most expensive fineries and decorations from all over Jamora. Hordes of people make their way up the steps heading to the palace. Wedding season is in the air, and the people, Norn and Lockney alike, all wish to see the union between Queen Kyla and the hero Delgo. Interior, the queen's chambers. Kyla sits on a stool as several handmaidens make up her face and straighten out her dress. Cut to an overhead shot of the dress as it seems to drag on the floor for miles. Byrne walks into the left of the dress, walking upward as the camera moves downward.
Milady, the preparations have been made, though
Don't stay your tongue, my trusted vizier. Please, speak your mind.
When today is finally finished, will you be able to live with yourself?
The camera sits in a static shot of Kyla's face as she says nothing. Exterior, the royal palace. The crowd is still making its way up the stairs.
There he is! He's here!
The entire crowd turns as the news sweeps through the crowd. They all cheer uproariously as Delgo arrives. The Jamoran denizens make space for Delgo and his posse as they make their way up the royal palace steps. Delgo is waving and smiling at the cheering people with his perfect hand and perfect teeth. The peasantry begin to start a Delgo chant in perfect unison. The Boys Are Back in Town starts playing.
Hey, Delgo, I really appreciate the night of honesty and emotional vulnerability we all shared last night. So I'm going to be honest now. I'm not going to just be eating wedding cake tonight. I see some tasty bridesmaids here, and I'm ready to work my tongue like a fucking sorcerer.
Yes, Philo, I believe you have a prodigious tongue, but I'm hoping you keep it in your mouth until the end of the ceremony.
Slow, my dude. I used to work in the damn mines. Besides, I'm your best man, not your best punching bag. I know I party too hard, but I clean up so good. Tonight, you know I'm catching Kyla's garter. I'm gonna make a wifey out of some of the most bodacious bridesmaids this side of Jamora. I'm talking the hottest babes in the kingdom.
Philo, you are quite foolish at times. It's impossible you'll land the hottest babe in Jamora when I'm already marrying her.
I hear ya. Kyla's the top dime. But Philo fine with the sloppy seconds.
Philo laps his tongue like a fucking dog. Dolan.
Oh, Philo, if you keep acting like a wild animal, I'm gonna have to sock tie you and throw you into the woods.
Delgo and Philo pound it out as they approach the palace doors. Cut to an above shot of Delgo and his procession walking through the grand hall of the royal palace, where they are to be wed. They go out of focus as the figure in the foreground comes in, Sedessa looking over the railing of the ceiling mezzanine. She walks off screen as we see her drag her finger across the banister. Interior.
Well, if I was a bitch, then I must. No! I can't do it.
Interior, the spooky lab. Frankie E. Einstein stands in the middle of his lab, staring at one tube in particular. To his side are several figures behind a window, all wearing the exact same contamination suit, as well as Scrumbo, who's holding their temples. You can't keep doing this, Pseudo. I know what you're doing.
Today?
You can't keep doing this, Pseudo. You can't keep doing this.
I don't release my time. I'm not releasing my time.
The three figures all look wordlessly at Scrumbo, and then look away, back through the window.
Okay.
Begin the procedure, Dr. Einstein.
Frankie begins typing on his terminal, and a display of a figure comes on the screen, clearly a Lockney male. He pushes a button and an infusion of power starts to enter the pod as the liquid in it turns from green to purple. Frankie slowly pulls the lever upward, sending more power into the tube as it begins to violently shake. He keeps pushing the lever upward and it shakes more and more.
Yes, it's working! My creation! It's coming to life!
Frankie runs out from behind his console to the center of the room.
It's coming to life! It's coming! Oh my god, it's real! A work of science so great, my lord!
The light beaming from the tube waves out like a sine wave. It hits him in the face and his eyes shrink and his face distorts like a Junji Ito illustration. The blood starts gushing from every orifice. He's dead instantly. Even though he's a really good character, and some people, like a certain boss man, might not understand his depths and nuances. Okay. The three researchers remain unmoved as Scrumbo covers their eyes in terror. But as the light dissipates, they take away their hands and are awed by an almost anti-Christian figure stepping out from the broken tube. The music from Final Fantasy VII, whenever Sephiroth shows up, starts playing. Not One Winged Angel, the slower, more dramatic song. The one that goes... Wait, hold on. What was it again? Why am I forgetting? It's... whatever.
I think you need two parts for that because there's like a bass and then there's like the chanting.
Right.
So it's like dum 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 dum.
That's right. That's the one. Yeah.
Dum dum dum. Yeah, that stuff. Bo, bo, bo.
Researcher 1.
Do you understand us?
The figure doesn't answer and shambles toward the pile of blood and viscera that was once Dr. Frankie E. Einstein. There stands a man who looks like Delgo, but with a wife beater and a purple vest, the dark black sunglasses and a gold tooth, and shiny leather pants. Scrumbo looks both fearful and aroused. They call it Thanatos, the death urge.
On the table in front of you are several sacred stones. Are you able to control them?
The figure puts his hand up, and the rocks on the table start to shake and glow an ominous purple glow. In an instant, the rocks shoot through the glass and into the heads of each of the researchers, killing all of them before they even knew they were going to die. Cut to the dark figure's face that looks identical to Delgo's, as it smirks sinisterly.
Oh, I can control the rocks.
Scrumbo takes a beat before realizing they're completely covered in blood and begins to freak out screaming. The dark figure approaches Scrumbo.
You gonna kill me? No, I normally would, but I need a witness to my power. You shall be my last.
Who? What are you?
My name is Darko, and I must kill my father, Delgo.
Interior, the Queen's chambers.
If
Kyla-
Delgo was a bitch, you might say Darko was the baddest one of them all.
Kyla sits in her mirror expressionless. She looks into the reflective surface as all of her handmaidens finish their duties and leave her. Curran arrives one more time. We do not see her face. All we see is her back cloaked in shadow and blurred out of focus.
The time is upon us. Are you ready?
Immediate close-up of the side of Kyla's face as she stares back at her own reflection. Kyla doesn't respond, merely taking in her own features. She recognizes the face, but she's not as young as she once was. She looks different to herself.
I am.
Interior, the Grand Hall. Ave Maria starts playing as all the guests file into the hall. When did that happen? I'm not gonna ask.
Jamora and Ave Maria. Ave Jamora.
Cut to each member of the Council of Seven being seated in their own private seats in the mezzanine. They can see everything, and yet they are perfectly out of view of everyone else. Philo and the other groomsmen take their place next to the altar. Delgo comes in next, striding confidently down the aisle in semi-slow motion, waving at all of his adoring fans. At the first chord change, we cut to Councilman 1 sitting in his box with his wife. A hooded figure reaches out from the shadows and covers her mouth while at the same time slitting Councilman 1's neck. She screams, but nobody hears her. The assassin then takes their blade and plunges it into her chest. Cut back to the hall as Kyla's bridesmaids hurriedly make their way down the ramp. As they get into position, Philo looks over at Curran and gives her a wink. Curran looks disgusted at first, but her lips curl into an intrigued grin. Cut to an attendant handing Councilman 2 a letter, which he unfurls. We zoom in on the letter, which reads, "Dear Scaramantis, I'm sorry I could not make the ceremony. Some very important research has come up. Please don't hold back on having fun at my sake. I'll be there for the reception. Your loving husband, Femoris." As we read the note, blood droplets begin to pour on it from off screen, cut to reveal a knife shoved through Councilman 2's throat. Cut to the doorway of the royal hall slowly coming open as a beautiful figure in an ornate dress comes through. Queen Kyla slowly and confidently flies into the room, her eyes unwavering as they focus on the altar. She is accompanied by King Zahn, who is being wheeled down the ramp by a handmaiden. Cut to a side shot of the two as she walks down the aisle with Zahn. We can see in a distant background another councilman being slaughtered. Kyla reaches up to the altar and is handed off by Zahn. Kyla takes her place next to Delgo as they stare into each other's eyes. For a brief second, an electric spark is felt between the two. Their passion is rekindled just for one moment. As the two former flames lock eyes, Councilwoman 1 and her wife have their throats slit from behind two conspirators. The camera focuses on the opposite side of the mezzanine, where another councilman is being garroted by a violin wire. Councilman 5 looks away from the ceremony to see his fellow council member gasping for air. He dashes from his booth only to be met by another conspirator. Councilman 5 signs, "No, please, no, please, please." as the shadow looms over him. Cut back to the altar where Kyla and Delgo now stand eye to eye. Ave Maria still plays in the background while they speak.
Do you, Delgo, take Kyla to be your wedded wife, in sickness and in health, to cherish her for as long as you both shall live?
I do.
And do you, Kyla, take Delgo to be your wedded husband, in sickness and in health, to cherish him for as long as you both shall live?
I do.
Then, by the power vested in me by the Norran High Authority, I now pronounce you man and wife. You may
Delgo and-
now kiss the bride.
Delgo and Kyla embrace and kiss passionately, their love far more intense than anything the cowards in Hollywood are willing to put on the screen nowadays on account of how woke everything is. Ave Maria is still playing as they finally break away, and Kyla runs out to the hall to throw the bouquet. At that same moment, the conspirators all push the dead council members so that they're leaning off the mezzanine banister and their blood trickles from the boots to the floor. Cut to a hand confidently reaching into the air, above all others catching the bouquet. It's none other than Sedessa, who walks forward with the bouquet in one hand and a bloody dagger in the other.
So sorry I couldn't make my entrance sooner, darlings. I was in the middle of some important business.
Sedessa looks around the hall, and everyone finally notices the streaks of blood pouring down the walls. The wedding-goers scream in horror, and many attempt to flee. The bridesmaids and groomsmen all scatter. Delgo quickly draws his sword.
Sedessa! I'll kill you!
Kyla steps out in front of Delgo almost immediately.
What are you doing here, Sedessa?
Well, I've just come to take in the beautiful ceremony. I hope you like the gift I've given you, wrapped in red.
Sedessa walks closer.
Though I must admit it is more of a selfish gift than anything. You see, I've decided to eliminate the Council of Seven, and with me being the rightful successor to the throne, there's only one person left for me to eliminate before I can take my rightful place as the Queen of the Norrin people and the baddest bitch of them. Why is this? Why can't I say this phrase?
An arrow fires from the mezzanine, aimed at Kyla. We bullet time follow its trajectory, seeing that while it would have landed near her, it was aiming wide. Nonetheless, the arrow shatters into pieces as Delgo tosses his sword, cutting through it before he recalls it back to his hand, kind of like how the Jedi could magically throw their lightsabers back. Delgo's kind of sick with it now. Delgo approaches, holding out his blade.
I'll end this here and now!
Kyla interrupts Delgo one more time.
Looks like your plans were foiled once again by Delgo, Sedessa. My royal guards, seize her!
Several armed guards all swarm Sedessa at one, including one who's a total baddie wearing a steel eye patch that matches her armor. Sedessa puts up a fight as they attempt to shackle her and drag her away.
You're coming with me.
I know I said I like it rough, but you're all thumbs.
Sedessa headbutts one of the guards, and then elbows another in the side of the head. Geargardus punches her in the stomach, knocking her unconscious as they finally put the shackles on her and drag her away.
Let that be a lesson to anyone who opposes my rule. The Norrin and the Lochni are now equals, and forever they shall be.
The crowd tepidly applauds after all that's happened, but because it's such a massive crowd, it still sounds like a lot of clapping. The focus shifts from Kyla to Delgo, standing in the background with a concerned look on his face. Interior Royal Banquet Hall. The banquet hall is filled to the brim with people all dancing and enjoying themselves, a mirthful reprieve from the horror they just witnessed. Party in the USA is playing. Kyla is seated on a chair in the middle of the hall as Delgo is going under her dress. He pulls out her garter and tosses it into the crowd, towards Philo's general direction, of course. While the garter is in midair, a sacred stone flies through it, catching the garter and bringing it straight to Philo's hands.
What do you think of that, huh, Delgo? Turns out I can control the stones.
I guess you can. It'll get you closer to touching a woman.
The whole crowd erupts in laughter, even Philo, despite getting roasted. Hell, even Delgo and Kyla are laughing.
Now, usually the man who catches the garter puts it on the woman who caught the bouquet, but since she has just been thrown in the dungeon, let's get the maid of honor up here.
Me?
The other bridesmaids all shuffle Kerr into the chair in the middle of the hall that Kyla was just sitting in. Philo gives her huge fuck me eyes right before he goes under her dress to put the garter on her. We don't see what Philo is doing under the dress, but we do see that Curran is stunned silent before wincing, blushing, and starting to shiver. The crowd is going crazy as Philo comes out from under the dress and walks away, making the call me hand gesture as he goes. Delgo sits at the head of the banquet table. Kyla is still standing.
I'll be right back, honey.
Wait, where are you going? The party's just picking up.
It's been a long day. I just need a quick moment to myself. But trust me, you're going to have me all night.
Delgo goes completely silent and gulps.
Well.
Interior, the queen's chamber. Kyla sneaks her way back to her bedchambers, looking over her shoulder to assure that no one has followed her. She opens the chamber door to reveal Sedessa, unshackled and free, sitting on her bed.
So how was the reception? There was blood everywhere while Philo was going down on that broad, right? Like corpses on the floor.
They cleaned it up. It's fine. It's fine.
No, it was bad. It was bad.
They moved to a different room. Say the line.
Hang on, sorry. I've been corpsing more than I expected today. So how was the reception? You know, I could be down there making it even wilder, although I'm not sure how, what with all of the corpse all of the corpse sex and everything. Sorry.
You played your part well, but unfortunately, I cannot have you wandering the halls so soon. You are the warmonger who eliminated my trusted counsel and the biggest threat to my empire.
Whatever your plans are, they mean nothing to me. All I care about is that you assured me my freedom should I do what you asked. And I have. Now go ahead.
Sedessa holds up both of her hands, showing them figuratively shackled together.
Break me from my chains.
All I promised you is that you would not rot in a cell. I could easily exile you once again, though I imagine the people of Jamora would not be happy with you in the Outlands, hatching up another half-baked invasion. I could disfigure you and force you to live under a mask and a new name.
All of these hypotheticals, but no concrete answer. I'm starting to wonder why I shouldn't just kill you and take the throne now.
Pray tell, Sedessa, do you know of the Panopticon?
No, do they serve it with Jamoran spice wine?
Very, very cute, Auntie. But the Panopticon is the prison that is society itself, the unblinking eye following you. Even if I granted you freedom here and now, you do not have many options. Tell me, Sedessa, if you return to the Outlands, will the Beast Tribes come back to welcome you back with open arms, or eat you alive for your betrayal against them? If you hide among the Norran cities, could you walk those streets knowing you're public enemy number one? Knowing that every denizen of our fair country is looking to tear you limb from limb? Or do you stay in the castle, where you're either imprisoned for life or fast-tracked for a beheading? All roads lead to an ill fate, unless...
Go on.
Despite the danger you present, you're a valuable asset. It would be unpragmatic of me to leave you in a cell. I need a spy master who can work in the shadows and keep those who would plot against me in check. Do you find this agreement amicable, Auntie?
Kyla sticks her hand out to shake Sedessa's. Sedessa seductively traces her fingers up Kyla's palm before gripping her by the forearm. Kyla does the same to her in return, feeling for a dagger under the sleeve. Sedessa wipes her hair away from Kyla's cheek, whirling it in her finger.
Incest. I find it quite amicable indeed, my dear.
Interior, the honeymoon chambers. Kyla is leading Delgo up a long staircase by the hand towards a room in a remote tower of the palace. She opens the door to a beautifully adorned room with a giant open window to the side of a gigantic bed. She hurriedly guides him to the bed.
Get that suit off, baby. We're going for a ride.
Delgo nervously removes his cloak and jacket, but stops midway through unbuttoning his shirt.
Kyla, listen.
There's only one thing I want your mouth to be doing right now, and it's not talking.
Kyla gets her dress off to reveal the sexiest lingerie you've seen in your life, with transparent lace in all the right places. She turns around to see Delgo sitting in the bed still with his shirt half unbuttoned.
Kyla, I really think we should talk. Do you not find what happened today disturbing? We captured Sedessa, but her conspirators are still out there. They could be stalking us to this very chamber.
Kyla ignores Delgo's concerns and pushes him into the bed.
Kyla!
Kyla aggressively unbuttons his pants and climbs on top of him, a sense of relief filling her face.
Kyla!
Go!
She starts to hump him furiously. We only see it from a tasteful side perspective because this is still a movie for kids.
Kyla, I can't!
Yes!
Kyla,
please! Delgo!
Kyla keeps moving her hips until she starts to slow down, realizing he's no longer inside of her. She tries to put it back in, but finds that it won't stay.
Seriously, what's the matter with you? I was so close!
Kyla, I'm sorry. I want to. I really do. But believe me, but I can't. Not while so many troubles still cloud my mind. Does Sedessa's reemergence not concern you?
Of course it does, but I've been waiting for this night for so long!
Babe, I'm sorry. I fear I won't be able to truly be yours until we figure all of this out. I care for you so deeply, and I just want you and everyone I care about to be safe.
Kylo gets off Delgo and walks over to the dresser. She pulls out an oversized t-shirt that's clearly supposed to be Delgo's size. She puts it on before heading out the door.
Kyla, wait!
I'll be in my room!
Kylo leaves the room while Delgo lays in the bed. He looks out the giant window and smacks himself on the head.
God damn it, Delgo. You're as dumb as a rock.
Interior, the Queen's chambers. A
I
pale
remember fucking Scott messaged me and was like, there's sex scenes in this. Are you okay with that? And I was like, yeah, it's fine.
This feels more sinister than a sex scene, you guys. That's what it feels
It was a sex scene, I guess.
Pale light flashes through Venetian blinds. Kyla sits on the bed nude, cradling herself in a fetal position sitting next to an empty bottle of spice wine.
I guess this is what it's like getting everything you ever wanted.
Kyla unfurls herself and lays down in the bed. She starts to go to sleep, tears rolling down her eyes. She's at the edge of what she can take, and now the world feels like nothing more than a dream. A shadow casts itself across her body. She begins to open her eyes to see a familiar silhouette floating in through the window.
Delgo?
A dark figure comes to the ground and approaches her bed.
Oh no.
I can't stand you saying that name with your beautiful lips.
Oh, I can control the stones.
Who are you?
I'm just the fallen sensation from a nightmare. I'm the last gasp of breath before a death. I'm the speeding bullet hurtling into a skull.
Kyla holds herself up by her arm, her breast completely visible with her nipples fully erect.
It can't be. You must be D?
If you must call me a name, call me Darko.
Kyla can't hide her gaze as she stares at the powerful, heaving abs of Darko. He takes a huge drag off of his vape kit and blows the vapor out slowly and sensually. She's disgusted at first, but actually seemingly likes it. Kyla ignores Scrumbo, who is awkwardly creeping in through the window behind Darko, looking completely terrified.
You're just like him, aren't you?
I am nothing like Delgo. For too long, Delgo represented peace, tranquility, the values of a rock. But rocks are sharpened through violence. The Lochni and Norin were diametric opposites, land and sky. Only through the conflict between the two do we truly understand what it means to build a stronger world. And it was through that conflict between the Norin and the Lochni that I was brought into this world.
Do I have to be here?
And what is it that you want, Darko?
I want you.
Darko floats into her bed on top of Kyla as the two embrace. Scrumbo pathetically watches from the corner. Closer by 9-inch nails starts to play. Darko begins pumping into Kyla.
Darko.
Darko doesn't say a word and keeps thrusting mechanically like a piston. A look of pleasure fills Kyla's face.
Darko!
Interior.
Oh my god.
Interior of the honeymoon chambers. Delgo wakes up cold and alone, his manhood sticking out where Kyla left it. He hears a quick knock on the door and doesn't answer. A handmaiden comes in and gets startled seeing Delgo with his pants half down.
Oh, Master Delgo, my lord.
The handmaiden bows nervously, clearly trying to avoid looking at his cock.
What's going on here?
I saw the fair queen was already out and about, and I came to clean the chambers. I didn't think anyone was in here. I'm so sorry, my lord. My deepest and most sincere apologies.
No, it's fine. It's my fault anyways. It's all my fault.
Delgo pulls the covers over himself and turns to face away from the handmaiden. There's an uncomfortable silence for several seconds.
Mr. Delgo? Is there anything I can do for you, my lord?
It's nothing that concerns you. I just need a moment to myself.
Cut to a close-up of Delgo's face. Despite his despondence before, he has a stern, serious look and a fire in his eyes.
Today's going to be a big day.
Interior, palace hallways. Delgo confidently strides down the hallways of a palace clad in formal Noran attire and an ornate, oversized cloak that drags on the floor. Delgo knocks on a door. Cut to the interior of the room. Philo is asleep laying nude, spooning Curran. They're woken up by Delgo.
Philo, get up! We have work to do.
Philo slowly rises, and he's kind of got one of those skinny white boy bodies. Like, he's not muscular or cut or anything, but the cum gutters go crazy.
I'm sorry, the what gutters?
Sorry, baby. Looks like Daddy's gotta go to work.
Curran winces and scoffs.
Oh. Oh, I real life winced. Please don't say anything like that ever again. Or anything, period, for that matter.
Cut forward as Delgo and Philo are walking down the hall, joined by Clasto. Flint is seen chatting up a fly Noran handmaiden Honey, but then joins the party when he sees Delgo and Co. walk by. Interior of the Grand Hall. Delgo and his company enter the hall where the Lockney party that journeyed with him are waiting. Elder Marley and the rest of the Stone Sage Council are there, as well as several Noran royal guests and onlookers, including Selvej. Most everyone is here except for Kyla, who is noticeably absent.
Delgo, you have called us all here on the eve of your wedding. Should you not be spending time with your bride?
Elder Marley, you know I have a great respect for you. That is why I insisted that the Stone Sage Council hear my plea. I've invited the Lockney leadership here for a simple reason. I stand before you in King John's shoes as a king in name to the Noran people. My goal is simple: unite our peoples for good. However, I have not yet been made chieftain of the Lockney tribe. How can the Noran respect me as a king if I'm not even a leader to my own people? Must I continue to wait for an elder to pass of old age before I can take their seat? I ask of you and the other elders, anoint me as chieftain so that I may rule over all of Jamoran as the chieftain king, my power absolute, to serve the will of the people.
This is highly irregular, Delgo. The Stone Sage Council has ruled the Lockney for as long as our history can be remembered. You would forsake this tradition?
We live in irregular times, Elder Kiros. As I'm sure I believe we must be willing to adapt and change with the times, lest we get swallowed by the future.
And what makes you believe that we would give up our authority so willingly?
I do not mean to overstep the rule of the council. You are indispensable to our people, and I would trust in your guidance and leadership as I would hope you would trust in me.
And what if we believe your authority to be tyrannical?
If I am to go mad with power, then I would implore you to strike me down. You have the authority to do so.
What say you, Marley? Delgo was your ward. He learned the ancient art of the sacred stones under your tutelage. Do you believe him to be a fit ruler?
It doesn't matter what I believe, though I admit that I am taken by the honeyed words of the boy I took in after his father died. Seeing him grow up to be such a respectable figure, we'll decide this the same way we've decided every major decision, as tradition dictates.
Elder Marley unfurls a cloak under his arm and sets 2 sacred stones on the table in front of the council, both shaped like precious crystals. One is blue and one is orange. Elder Marley points towards the blue crystal.
Either Delgo takes his position as chieftain,
Marley points to the orange crystal.
or he does not.
Stone Sage Council all hold up their hands as both rocks begin to levitate. It's the voting scene from the last movie, but we're reprising it with different stakes because that's art. Change the context, change the meaning. Last time it was really sad because the orange crystal hung in the air, and that meant they were going to war. This time, both crystals hang in the air for a while. We cut to the chamber door opening up on the other side of the hall, and Kyla stopping herself from entering with Gear Gardus and a masked baddie that's clearly Sedessa. They sit on the sidelines and watch. The orange crystal
I may be a baddie, but
The orange crystal falls out of the air. The hall erupts in cheers from the onlookers. Philo, Plurt, and Selvage all run up to Delgo and start hugging and crowding all over him. A Delgo chant breaks out. King Zahn wheels himself forward from the crowd and the 2 lock eyes.
It is with great esteem, Delgo, that the Stone Sage Council hereby recognize you as chieftain of the Lockney tribes.
And it is by my authority that you are now king of the Norin people.
Delgo. What was that? Wait. Why did I hear someone say Delgo a million times? I don't know what that was. Okay, never mind.
That was your Twitch TV.
Oh my god! Tomb, you monster! Okay, never mind. Delgo. Zahn begins to hand Delgo his crown as Delgo kneels to accept it. Zahn struggles to place it on his head as Philo grabs it from his hand. The crowd gasps and mutters to fill the eerie silence.
Whoops! That's my B. It's all yours, D Shizzle.
Philo tosses the crown in the air and Delgo catches it, giving him a big wink while he puts it on his head. Delgo steps forward.
It is by my rule that all forms of bigotry are now illegal. Racism is officially over forever!
The crowd erupts into an even more raucous applause than last time. Norin and Lockney people joining hands, hugging, some of them crying, showing that love truly wins. Delgo looks over to Kyla quickly, and then back to the crowd.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some very important matters to attend to.
The crowd starts hooting and hollering, doing dog whistles and going humana because they think Delgo and Kyla are gonna go have sex. Delgo approaches Kyla.
Good morning, King.
To you as well, Queen.
Delgo looks over to the masked Sedessa standing there with her hand on her hip looking fine as fuck.
I don't believe you've introduced me to your friends.
This is...
Hello. One of the Queen's advisors. Just a good cat.
Sounds like she needs to stay off the smoke weed.
You like Castlevania, do you? If I'm a bitch.
It's your line. It's your line, Abby.
I was disfigured in the battle against the Lockney. What of your kind cut my beautiful... What of your kind cut my beautiful face as well as my vocal cords?
This is Gerardus, head of my royal guard.
It's Gear Gardus.
Artist. No, I think Gerardus sounds better.
Okay, that's better. Okay, sure.
Geargardus. This is
Learn to take a
Geargardus,
note,
head
Scott.
high royal card.
Geargardus? Why does that name sound so familiar?
I believe you served alongside my father in the Great War.
It can't be. You're Bogardus's daughter?
I see you have the wit to put two and two together. Many people tell me my father respected your candor, but I doubt it.
Geargardus looks down at herself before bringing her face back up in a scowl.
Few earned his respect. I would know. They say my father lost his life fighting by your side, slain by an orc's crossbow. Men in his company say you eyed this foul orc before his bolt struck my kin. Tell me, why did you not use your fearsome Lockney magic to fell the beast before he launched his missile?
It was the heat of the moment. I could tell you harbor some sort of ill will for me, and I too lament my weakness on that day. Bogardus's death is my greatest shame. Had I the skills that I have today, maybe he'd be...
But he isn't. And so we must go on, my liege.
Yes, quite. You misspelled the fucking name that you fucking got on us about.
Fine, Jesus, Jesus.
Geargardus, please continue your
Get his
service.
ass.
Here, I'll edit it. There you go.
I had a hard time finding my lines. I really had a hard time finding my lines because I think it's spelled differently like 5 times.
No, it's not. It's so consistent. It's so consistent.
Thank you, my lord. I hope you'll do me the honor of showing me that great swordsmanship of yours one day. King Delgo.
Is that a challenge?
Geargardus does not take her hand off the handle of her sword as it's sheathed.
I am loyal to my queen and her current king. Let us pray we never wind up on alternate sides of the battlefield.
Geargardus walks away, hand on her sword pommel.
Listen, Scott, I know that I keep corpsing while we're doing this, and I wanted to apologize.
It's okay, Abby. It's okay.
But I know these lines are sort of core, so I want to get in character. You know, I want to do this right, all right? So this is... I'm going to play it real, you know, for the emotion of the scene.
Please.
That was awkward.
The camera pans to the side to reveal Geargardus is standing next to Sedessa.
She's right behind me right now, isn't she?
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
I wanted to let you know that the Outland tribes have sent you and your husband a wedding gift, a fruit basket of desert berries. I'll have them sent to your room.
Thank you, Geargardus. Which reminds me, Delgo, would you mind joining me for a late breakfast? It's too early for lunch. Maybe we could have some kind of fusion between the two. A brunch.
That is an amazing word, my dear. But I'm afraid I can't join you for this meal that is between breakfast and lunch. We've little time to waste. The kingdom is in danger. Sedessa's conspirators are likely still here at the royal capital. With my new authority, I can order a massive manhunt and track them down.
Oh, that's Sedessa. What a vile bitch of a woman. You might call her the baddest of them all.
Jesus Christ.
Better bet money to say that.
I've heard she's sexier than words can describe and devilishly cunning, but how could she? How could she, let alone anybody, live with themselves after perpetrating such an act of graven violence?
Sedessa looks towards Kyla with a knowing glare. You can see it. You can see through it even with her mask.
That's exactly why I called for Carmela. This is her area of expertise. Allow her to lead the investigation, and she will surely find the culprits.
Thank you, Kyla. Carmela, if Kyla puts her trust in you for such sensitive matters, then I'm sure you will be a valuable member of our team.
Delgo puts his hand out to shake Sedessa's.
Of course, my lord. I'm happy to finally work with you.
Sedessa takes Delgo's hand and leans in closer in a way that's far too intimately familiar.
Side by side.
Delgo and Sedessa walk away together.
Ensure that Sedessa follows out her orders. Delgo must not find out the royal guard were the ones who slayed the council.
Of course, my liege.
Cut to a perspective from the mezzanine, where Darko is watching the scene unfold, close up on his face with a cold, emotionless expression. Interior, the war room. Delgo, his closest allies, and the royal guard are all in a room with a huge map in the center, along with pictures of each member of the council tacked up on the boards, with strings pointing to different documents.
Clasto, I'm going to need you to return to the Jamoran Wilds to search for any trace of Sedessa's allies. It's possible that they may already have escaped the city and are hiding out in the wilderness.
A return to the wilds will be sure to ease my mind.
Plurt, the populace needs reassurance of this time of a near coup. The people love you, your show is a hit, and that's why you're a perfect fit to act as our speaker. Philo, I'm going to need you to cover up that hickey, you dog.
I see how it is, Big D. You become the king and suddenly you're enforcing a dress code.
King Delgo? That sounds about as oxymoronical as a happy marriage. Sorry, just a little bachelor humor on account of how no woman ever being able to tie me or Clasto down.
That is not true. I am married to Mother Nature, and I yearn to see her again. I still have some business to attend to here, but I shall depart anon.
Clasto looks pale green, which doesn't mean he's sick, because Lochni are always green, but they can get pale when they're nervous. The greenness has nothing to do with being sick. It does actually kind of look sick in the stomach, but that's not important.
Clasto, you're one of my oldest and dearest friends, and I'm greatly saddened you couldn't have joined us in the first movie. If there's anything you want to tell me, please do. Now that we've gotten past our toxic masculinity, we can say anything to each other.
It's just being in civilization too long. I shall send a message to you when I leave for the wilds.
Clasto departs hastily.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Not at the moment. Unless...
Delgo looks over to Sedessa and Geargardus, who are talking and looking over documents in the corner of the room.
Why don't you attend to the captain of the Royal Guard, Geargardus? I fear me and her might have gotten off on the wrong foot, and your lovely demeanor and positive character traits will definitely ingratiate you with her.
You want my non-binary ass serving Gregardus of the Royal Guard?
Is there a problem?
I mean, I've seen her other servants thrown into a yag hole simply for giving her carnation water instead of rose water in the morning. But sure, I'll manage.
If you run into any problems, don't hesitate to come to me.
Flint takes a hit on his vape.
Hey Delgs, I'm working on a gag so funny, it'll make any Lochni slap their kneecaps in half.
Plurt, you better tamp down the Norin jokes. I'm married to one now. I'd hate to see you canceled.
If you were married to a Sark, I could make jokes about it, biting your face off. I kid, Delgs, my man, I kid. Besides, I like your wife. At least the front and back of her.
Plurt, you are a cad.
Delgo and Selvage walk over to Geargardus and Sedessa in the corner. Philo quietly corners Plurt.
By the way, Plurt, I don't just do improv. I do characters too. It kills with audiences. It's not theater kid shit, I promise. It's edgy.
Philo, again, sure, I'll talk to my agent.
As the two argue, we pan to the other side of the room. Delgo approaches Sedessa.
Caramella,
Sedessa throws a dossier on the table in front of Delgo.
I've already compiled a list of Sedessa's known accomplices and other entities that may benefit from the slaughter of the Council of Seven. Mostly a lot of small business owners who've had their property expansions curbed by the Council's interminable tax rates. Interminable, I tell ya.
Delgo flips through the dossier.
This is amazing. Caramella, your work is impeccable.
Yes.
Geargardus, can you send troops to rally these suspects for questioning?
Geargardus hasn't stopped staring at Selvage, who has been red-faced and trying not to show how intimidated they are, until finally looking back at Delgo.
Of course. At once, your majesty. A humble question, your graciousness?
Don't pretend as though I don't allow you to speak. I respect your word, as we are equals.
I'm allowed to do whatever I want with this one?
Selvej stands still in utter shock.
Feel free to instruct them with whatever task you need. But please.
Delgo's voice changes to sound as though he's now just pleading for his friend, past whatever weird rivalry he has going on with Geargardus.
Just please don't break Selvej, okay? They're a dear friend of mine.
Geargardus' stone-cold expression finally breaks at the slightest hint of a smirk.
I needed to hear.
Good. I think everything is handled here. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have brunch.
Delgo looks over at the clock on the wall.
Late lunch with my wife.
Interior, the Norn room of prayer. A glass-stained window depicts the ascent of the Norn, being stared down by the cloud god Hemeritus. Candles illuminate the chamber, and all sorts of sacred goblets and religious accoutrements adorn the sober room. Many blessed statues of Norn saints and saintesses sitting on pedestals. Their polished onyx eyes watch Kyla as she enters, as if giving silent judgment. Kyla enters the confessional booth. Oh, did we lose Sarah?
She said she was having mic issues again.
Oh,
in
okay.
the chat.
Bosh. Oh, Sarah's back. Hey. Sarah, it's your line.
Still might be having mic issues.
Well, if Sarah's having mic issues, they must be the baddest mic issues of them all.
You are muted.
Just in the
I almost got through that one. Sorry.
In the interest of time, I will just go ahead and help out with this until the return.
Gotcha. Go for it.
Cool. I don't normally do this, but Father, it has been a while since my last confession.
Through poorly illuminated slats, the silhouette of a Norn priest is revealed. He bows his head.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
There you go.
Sorry. I've done grave things for my people, but I worry I have strained the relationships of those closest to me. I married a man for peace and for love, of course, but there were those who opposed our marriage and were creating something terrible. And I used my connections to dispose of them. I worked with a horrible person my husband hates to his very core. This person who once tried to kill us both is now teaching me all about subterfuge and backdoor politics. And I feel like I'm becoming like this person. The part, though, that I'm having the most trouble to accept, it's that I'm good at it.
The camera cuts to an insert shot of a stained glass scene of Norn gods taking flight for the first time.
Father, I can't stop thinking about when the bitch queen invaded. She upended my life entirely. And yet, now that I'm in a seat of power, suddenly all of her plots and scheming make sense to me. I know that everything I did was right, and I did it for my people, and I don't regret it for a single second. But part of me, part that I felt died 4 years ago when she invaded, the pure-hearted, idealistic girl who just wanted peace above all else, that part of me, and my husband, I think he knows I've changed. When we procreated last night on our wedding night, neither of us could finish. But when presented with a darker, twisted path, my temptations gave in. Of course, we're polyamorous, and I should not feel any remorse for lying with another, but I can't help but feel I've stabbed my husband in the back. That I should just accept what people say about me, that I married him not for love and just for power. And yet, if it's what's best for my people...
You're muted.
Oh, sorry. I betrayed... Is it this right?
Who are your people?
Who are my people?
The Norin. And yes, the Lockney now, of course.
Lasto punches a hole through the slats. He pushes the queen to the wall.
I betrayed my greatest friends Delgo and Philo to aid you. When you told me the council was installing secret scientific laboratories across Jamora to steal the power of the sacred stones for Project D, I knew they needed to be stopped, lest they drain the wilds of all their power. So I became your peon and helped in your plot to assassinate the council with you and Sedessa.
Insert shot of Clasto running into the crowds as Sedessa appeared, leaping into a high spot that was prepared for him, putting on a cloak and picking up a bow to fire the shot at Kyla that would get destroyed by Delgo's sword.
Even though the Earthen Mother is my first concern, I am still Lockney. And I know you are using this opportunity of weakness to consolidate all of Jamoran power under your fist. What's next? The Stone Sage Council? Will you do like she did and enslave outland beast tribes next? Is your precious husband another stepping stone in your schemes? Must I stop you now, Kyla? Why? Why did you convince me to aid in the assassination of those council members? Why did you convince me to betray my best friend?
The second you said he was your friend, you became my enemy.
Darko fires 3 high-velocity sacred stones towards Clasto's chest. Clasto quickly pushes Kyla to the ground and steps back out of the way, causing the stones to hit the statue in the background, which splits into 2 pieces and falls to the ground.
Well now, this isn't becoming quite the tangled web of vines.
Darko holds another stone levitating in his hand while Clasto has his bow drawn on him. There's no way in the world Clasto can miss this shot, and Darko knows it. The two are stuck in a standoff.
It's Zap Brannigan. I'm so happy Zap Brannigan's Darko, back down at once.
Kyla, you know this overblown Delgo impersonator. Does your deceit know no depths?
Kyla stands back up on her feet, holding her shoulder where she fell. She stands behind Darko.
Hold your tongue, knave. I'll not bear your accusations or insults any longer.
Shall I end this whelp here?
Absolutely not. I will have no more of this fighting.
And yet you use him as a shield! Or should I say, a blade to keep me at bay. How pathetic.
The door swings open violently.
Kyla, was that your voice? I sensed a great blast of rock energy.
At that moment, Darko turns around and looks towards Delgo.
Look what green turd just showed up.
Clasto shoots the rock out of Darko's hand while his attention is turned toward Delgo. Darko looks back and with a stone in his other hand, puts up a force field blocking several more arrows aimed at his chest. Darko then pursues Clasto as they keep shooting projectiles and dodging each other's attacks.
Kyla!
Delgo quickly sweeps Kyla off her feet and carries her out of the room.
Oh, please put me down. I'm fine.
After running with her down the hallways, Delgo finally stops and puts her back down on her feet.
Kyla, what happened?
I was being threatened by the Lockney, and Clasto came just in time to stop him. I've never seen any Lockney as powerful as him.
Delgo smiles a wry smile.
That sounds like a challenge to me.
Delgo, no, stop. You don't know what he's capable of.
Hey, what am I supposed to do? Leave my friend to battle him alone? You know that I'm the best stone slinger in the kingdom.
And you're a king now. You have servants. You have my royal guard. You are important to your people and a symbol of power. You have responsibilities now. I may have been attracted to that carefree attitude back in the day, especially when you saved me from that weird elevator contraption that Sedessa's hordes hooked me up to, but things are different now.
We hear several large explosions coming from the room of prayer as the battle rages on further. Delgo anxiously looks back, grabbing the handle of his blade on instinct alone.
Responsibilities be damned. I have to go.
Delgo, wait!
Kyla grabs him right as he's about to run off and kisses him on the mouth. The two linger in an embrace for a moment longer than feels comfortable, but they're interrupted by another explosion.
Just hold him off. Don't do anything stupid. I'll call for Gerardus.
Right. Kyla, I love...
What is it, Delgo? We don't have time to waste.
It's nothing.
Delgo and Kyla both run off in different directions on the hall. Cut back to the interior of the room of prayer where Darko is flying around and shooting sacred stones, kind of like how Zenyatta does his whole thing. Except he's not praying or anything on account of he's an atheist. Clasto is running on the walls, firing arrows back at Darko at machine gun speed. Cracks start to appear in Darko's barrier. Clasto then pulls out an arrow with a tip colored exactly like a sacred stone. Clasto fires it and it flies wide of Darko.
The best you can do? Maybe go back to the woods and kiss a damn tree.
Clasto sticks his hand out and directs the arrow to hit the Darko from behind. It stabs him right in the back, and we hear Darko wince in pain. Darko grabs the arrow and pulls it out, blood pouring from it from his back. He breaks the arrow in half.
Insolent fool!
Darko takes the Sacred Stone arrowhead and fires it back at Clasto, hitting a large statue that Clasto just put his foot on. Clasto loses his balance.
Shit!
The statue comes down, burying Clasto in the rubble. When the smoke clears, we see his upper body, with his hand still reaching for his bow on the ground. Darko slowly approaches, and we watch it in first person from Clasto's perspective.
Maybe spend more time training than sucking up to that useless green king of yours. If you did, you might have gotten more than a lucky hit on me.
Darko kicks Clasto's bow away and stands above him holding a sacred stone crackling with dark energy.
Don't worry. I'll scatter your ashes somewhere natural. Maybe in the sewers with the rats.
Not if I take your rat ass out first!
Delgo's blade shoots towards Darko from off screen. Darko backs off, pushing back each swing of Darko's floating blade with sacred stone attacks. Close up on Darko, pulling out a badass katana from his hip. Darko does a spinning slash, fighting off Delgo's blade, which goes back to his hand. Firestarter by the Prodigy starts to play.
Fuck yeah. I don't know who you are, but I'm gonna rock your world. I'm gonna bury your ass. And when you're 6 feet under and talking to Jamoran Satan, tell him that Delgo sent you there.
Funny, I've met Satan. Real fun guy. Before I killed him.
Delgo and Darko stare down for a second, both holding their blades out, neither flinching, waiting for the other to make the first move. They both then instinctively run forward and meet in the middle of the room, blades clashing. Darko is the first to break and slashes toward Delgo's chest, but Delgo artfully parries like it's nothing, lunging for Darko's throat. Darko puts his blade up in time, holding it backhanded with one hand, holding off Delgo's full force. In his other hand, 3 sacred stones start to spin. Delgo sees this just in time and holds up a stone of his own to make a force field, blocking all 3 of them at once. This causes a huge shockwave and a bunch of smoke as both combatants back off.
Where did a piece of yag shit like you get these sword skills?
I inherited them from my old man. But there's one major difference between me and him.
Darko grabs a floating stone from the air and effortlessly crushes it in his palm before blowing the fine dust into Delgo's eyes, a move no proud Lockney warrior would ever use. Delgo cries tears of blood, which is really badass and symbolic.
I do what I need to do in order to win.
Darko slashes towards Delgo's face, but his blade is met with another coming from off screen. Yergardus flies in and blocks the attack.
No time for distractions. Focus on thine enemy.
Delgo wipes the blood from his eyes, revealing that they're now bloodshot. Delgo and Yergardus then attack in unison, swinging after each one swings, making it more difficult for Darko to block and dodge their attacks. Darko is able to keep up, but it feels like only barely. The two lunge together, and Darko holds back both of their blades with his own.
How boring. Time for me to use a small percentage of my power.
Darko sweep both of their blades back at the same time, sending them both backwards, giving him enough opportunity for his next attack.
Activate Shadow Doubles!
Darko throws sacred stones to the ground that crackle with dark energy. Each one is connected to a shadow off of his body. When they spawn up from the ground, taking a dark, shadowy humanoid form, kind of like those guys from Shadow of the Colossus. The shadow doubles all then draw blades that look just like Darko's, and he goes on the offensive.
What sort of twisted magic is this?
How should I know? You're the one who used those weird-ass rocks.
This is unlike any sacred stone magic I've ever seen.
Hush your mouth and draw your blade. The enemy is descending upon us.
The shadowy figures lunge at Delgo and Yergardus. Each one seemingly has the strength of Darko, but they're still only facsimiles. Delgo and Yergardus are able to hold two off at a time. Yergardus makes a clean stab at the heart of the figures, but the blade simply passes through the shade. The figure tilts its head and swings for Yergardus. It immediately clicks for her, and this time she swings for the sacred stone floating in the middle of its head. She makes a clean cut, and it shatters immediately. Just as soon as she kills it, She's beset upon by another shadow devil. Meanwhile, Delgo is holding off multiple attacks with a sacred stone force field. He then makes a bold move of shooting a sacred stone off like Darko does, a technique he's never tried before. It's successful, and the energy of the sacred stone seems to cause the shadow figure to dissipate. The other one attacking him is held off by his floating sword. He recalls the stone, but right when it comes back to him, he sees Darko lunging for him.
I'm killing your ass, old man!
Not today.
With his arm still occupied, holding off a shadow devil, Delgo fires his stone right at Darko's chest, making a clean hit on the stomach. In that same moment, Darko's blade makes contact with Delgo's cheek, leaving a nasty yet very cool scar. As Darko falls from the ground in pain, his shadow devils all dissipate at once. Geargardus' royal guard all start to file into the room. Darko looks defeated.
Any last words, you cheap imitation?
Yeah. I don't lose to scrubs like you.
Darko shoots off his last sacred stone he had tucked away into a nearby statue, causing it to crumble and fill the room with dust. Once the dust starts to settle, there's only a bloody pool on the ground where Darko was. They all see him floating off into a hole blown out from the side of the cathedral.
Guards, after him! Don't let him escape!
Multiple Noran knights fly after him. As the dust begins to clear, Delgo looks around the room and he sees Clasto still lying under a pile of rubble.
Clasto!
Delgo runs over to Clasto, shaking his upper body to try to get a response.
Clasto! Clasto!
Delgo begins pulling rocks off him as Geargardus uncomfortably watches from a distance.
Stay with me, Clasto! We're getting you out of here! Clasto! Clasto!
Interior, Noran emergency room. Cut to the doors of an emergency room busting wide open. A bunch of emergency personnel are immediately joined by an interspecial mix of young, sexually viable Noran and Lockney doctors. They all swarm Clasto's gurney at once. An older, more confident-looking Lockney doctor, played by Noah Wilde, with a full beard and clearly bulging muscles, seemingly takes the lead. He's not huge or ripped or anything, he just clearly keeps himself in shape for someone his age, making him look as sexually viable as the other younger doctors half his age, but also offering an obvious breeze of mentorship and approachability. His cool confidence takes the lead at every moment.
What do we got?
Middle-aged Lockney male, crushed lower abdomen and legs, major blood loss, and a broken windpipe from this.
Dr. One holds up Clasto's quiver, still with a few arrows in it.
We need a Lockney blood transfusion. Stat! Anyone catch his blood type?
No ID on him when he came in. All he had in his gunny sack was just hands full of dirt and loose tree sap.
Alright, all we can do right now is try and stop the bleeding while we get his vitals.
Delgo bursts in through the emergency room door, still covered in the same bloody armor that he battled Darko with.
Clasto! Where's Clasto?
Sir, you can't be in here. We have other patients. Please, wait in the waiting room.
Do you know who I am? I need to see Clasto right this second!
I'm Dr. Rocky, chief attending physician of this emergency room. We're gonna have to ask you to calm down. This is not an environment where we want to stress even more people out. Do you understand me?
Delgo starts to immediately feel calmed by Dr. Rocky's cool confidence and his calming, gentle, approachable yet pragmatic demeanor.
Right, yes. I understand.
Okay, we're off to a good start. Now, I'm going to need to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Dr. Rocky starts leading Delgo to the room where Clasto's gurney is being wheeled into, where several doctors immediately start sticking tubes and placing pads on him.
Yes, that's okay.
Good. Is this the guy you're looking for?
Dr. Rocky points to Clasto's bed.
That's him, yeah. That's Clasto.
Do you know his blood type by any chance?
With his hand still sticking out where he was pointing, Dr. Rocky starts snapping his fingers to get his residents' attention. One of the young doctors turns around and faces them.
Type R. R negative, I believe.
Okay, that's good. That's helpful. That's going to be a big help in getting your friend better. Can you tell me what happened to him?
He was fighting against someone, defending me and my wife from someone who looked just like me.
Right, go on. To when he got hurt.
Yes, sorry. Clasto, he got crushed by a statue. I can control stones, that's what I do, and I tried to get the statue off of him as fast as possible. But I was busy fighting whoever that was.
Any allergies to medications or a prior medical history we should know about?
No, he's the healthiest man I ever met. He lived off in the wilds, a real pioneer man. Had a root or berry for any health problem.
You might have just saved his life by telling us this, Delgo. I'm going to ask you to wait in the waiting room while we try to get him stable. But we're going to need you to come in later to try and help talk to him when he comes to, okay? Can you do that for me?
Yes, of course, Doctor. Thank you.
Cut to Clasto being given treatment. One of the young doctors cut off his clothes to avoid strangulation. Clasto's cock is fully exposed, but it's not really sexual at all. His legs are all bruised up in a way that looks super gross, and he's bleeding basically everywhere. Like, you can see his hog, but it's not what your eye is drawn to right now. Regardless, a young doctor opens Clasto's eyes and shines a light in them.
Mr. Clasto, are you here with me? Can you hear me?
Another slightly older but still very sexually viable and single-looking Norn resident doctor looks at the monitors. He spreads his arms across his arm out across the side of Clasto's bed.
His pulse is dropping. Where's that infusion?
A young, sexually viable doctor runs in with a blood bag.
Right here.
Get this man his blood now.
The young doctor straps the blood bag to an IV as we see blood going straight into Clasto's arm. His wounds may have been bandaged, but most of his body is still in bad shape. The resident doctor keeps looking at the monitors.
Come on, you beautiful bastard. You're not dying on us today.
The resident puts his hands behind his head, a tense moment as the beeping keeps up at a fast pace. We look at the monitors, cut back to the resident and back to the other doctors.
He's not getting it fast enough.
Dr. Rocky grabs the blood bag and squeezes it as hard as he can.
Rocky!
I know what I'm doing! Just hold on!
The monitors keep beeping rapidly until finally they start beeping at a normal pace. The resident closes his eyes and raises his head in belief.
Oh, thank fuck.
Dr. Rocky makes eye contact with the resident, holding his hand up.
Good work today, men.
The resident doctor gives Dr. Rocky a high five. Dr. Rocky makes his way out of the room, high-fiving everyone on his way out. He's halfway out the door until he looks back at the resident doctor.
Hey, when we get off this shift in a few hours, how about we go to Slippy's for drinks? Your treat, of course.
I'll tell you what I said last time, Rocky. You're gonna need to suck me off to get me to hang out with you after hours.
So next time, then?
The resident smiles and looks back at Clasto.
Next time.
Gotta head to Delgo, sitting next to Clasto's bedside holding his bow while a young doctor is treating the wound on Delgo's face.
Yeah, I've known him for a really long time. When he got divorced, it hurt all of us, especially because I was also really good friends with his ex-wife, Makmo. It really sucked having that divide between friend groups like that.
Right, I know how that is. One of my friends just broke up with her, man. They've been together for like 6 cycles, too. They were just about to get married. But he goes and cheats on her, and the whole thing's called off.
Wow, that sucks. My wife and I have a polyamorous thing going on, so I'm pretty cool with non-monogamy, and not that I'm not that worried about being cheated on. But I do understand how much it hurts to feel like you've been backstabbed by someone. Who did he wind up cheating with anyways?
The young doctor shifts her eyes back and forth and speaks quietly.
Me.
Oh, awkward!
The young doctor makes a lip-zipping motion and Delgo laughs. Just then, Clasto starts to stir awake.
Kyla the queen.
The young doctor pops up and heads out to the other room.
Oh, Dr. Rocky, the patient is coming too.
Clasto, it's me, your buddy Delgo. Can you hear me?
Delgo, I cannot feel my legs. Queen, the queen, Kyla, she's betrayed you. She lied to you.
What? Clasto, please, speak on that!
Clasto falls back unconscious again as Dr. Rocky comes into the room.
Delgo, can I see you for a second?
Dr. Rocky pulls Delgo aside outside the examination room.
I know none of this is easy, so I figured I would just come out and say it. Right now, Clasto is fighting for his life. The wounds he sustained were heavy. He's stable for now, but that could easily change in a matter of days, maybe even hours. His chance of survival is low, and I doubt he will ever be able to walk again.
But Clasto, he loves to go on his nature walks.
We're gonna go ahead and move him to a room upstairs and keep him on heavy surveillance. If there's anything you want to say to him, anything you've held back or need to get off your chest, any final goodbyes, it might be a good time to get those out. Now.
Delgo clutches Clasto's bow tighter.
I'll tell him when he's up and walking again. Until then, I have some unfinished business to attend to.
Philo, Plurt, and Selvash all burst into the ER.
Clasto? Hey, is Clasto in here?
Please, all of you, just back to the waiting room.
Delgo walks up to them.
I'm sorry, they're with me. Clasto in the third room to the left, after the left turn.
Thank the goddess. We're gonna stay with him until he gets better. I don't know what I would do with my life if I didn't have Clasto.
Yeah, once he's back up and running again, we're gonna go on another epic night of Pussy Patrol.
Please look after him. In the meantime, Daddy's got work to do.
Delgo storms out of the ER.
Tamorin, Jesus. I can't tell if Delgo's the noblest man in the kingdom or has a death wish.
Unfortunately, we don't have a diagnosis for that one.
Interior, the Queen's chambers. Delgo knocks on Kyla's door.
Kyla, it's Delgo. Can I come in?
Several beats pass of uncomfortable silence.
Enter my husband.
Delgo enters the chamber, weary and ragged from battle, the scar on his face covered by a big bandage. The room is dark, but he sees Kyla sitting at the foot of her bed in candlelight, wearing next to nothing in lingerie.
I don't know if you can tell, but I was actually waiting for you.
This is definitely a nice surprise.
Delgo takes his cape off and puts down his weapons and starts to approach Kyla in the bed.
Wait.
Delgo stops.
There's something we need to talk about.
I know. I'm emotionally vulnerable now, and there's a lot I've been wanting to ask you.
I want to introduce you to someone and promise you won't get upset.
Oh, introducing more partners already? How could I get upset about that?
Darko floats in from the darkness of the room.
You knave!
Darko's energy starts to crackle. You can see he's still injured from the fight from earlier.
Want to join your friend Clasto in an early grave?
The tension circles between the two. Delgo is already poised to grab his sword again.
Both of you stop.
Kyla's cool confidence and sensuality cut the tension in the air like a knife, and suddenly all the focus is on her.
Delgo, this is Darko. I believe you've met. The Royal Guard was able to capture and disarm him, and he and I have had a very interesting conversation. He's not here to fight.
Darko's expression is still grimly menacing, while Delgo looks determined.
Kyla, when I think I have some answers, all I get are more questions. What's the meaning of this?
I want you two to parlay, to talk it out, to do what you need to do to resolve this, to enjoy each other's company.
In any other situation, I'd kill your ass right here and now. But for now, I'll do Queenie's bidding.
Oh yeah? Anything she bids you to do?
Delgo and Darko get closer to each other. They are both face to face now, and Kyla is in the middle of them, sitting in her bed with their arms back, just like that scene from Challengers.
That's right. Anything.
Delgo and Darko's breaths get hot, and you can see the air coming out as they get closer to each other. The two embrace in a passionate kiss. Cut to Kyla sitting in the bed watching, twinkling her toes. Delgo and Darko go at it hard, and Delgo starts to put his hand down Darko's pants. Darko begins moaning as Delgo moves in to kiss his neck.
I'm so sorry. I just got a text from my mother that she's just tuned in to the Delgo 2 stream.
Oh, awesome.
You should be killed with a rock for writing that line. Fuck you.
Max, if you could, please.
Make no mistake. I am gonna kill you, Delgo. But not tonight.
Silence. You'll only speak if your queen demands it.
Yes, my queen.
Yes, my queen.
Hear my next decree, subjects.
Kyla spreads her legs.
Feast upon me, and after that, I'll let you eat cake.
Darko and Darko move towards Kyla and stick their face between her legs. Cut to a full POV shot of them The both of them going down on Kyla from her perspective. It
Oh
then
my
cuts to a
God.
shot of them from behind as Kyla puts a hand on, on Delgo's head and starts rubbing it before shooting the save to Darkos. She grabs them both by the back of the head and pushes them in further.
Oh God, yes, you're such good boys. Yes, yes.
Cut to the morning where it's quiet and sunshine is peering in through the windows. We see Delgo and Kyla laying in bed together, completely nude but with considerable distance between them. Darko is nowhere to be seen. Delgo is spooning a pillow.
Darko? Darko?
Kyla wakes up and looks around, getting more concerned. She starts shaking Delgo.
Delgo, wake up. Have you seen Darko?
Last time I saw him, I was in you and he was in me.
Shit, I wasn't supposed to lose sight of him. Fuck!
Kyla gets out of bed and rushes to get dressed.
Fuck!
Kyla, wait!
What, Delgo?
Clasto said that you betrayed us. We need to talk.
I promise we'll talk about it later, but we absolutely have no time to talk right now. Are you going to help me find Darko or what?
Fine.
Interior, the Royal Hall. Bohemian Rhapsody starts playing as Delgo and Kyla walk into the hall together. They see the crowd cheer, but we don't hear them over the music. They take their seats at the dual thrones. The song fades into the background.
Thank you, everyone, our loyal subjects. We unfortunately cannot stay long as there's much to be completed in the kingdom, but I promise you we will celebrate with much mirth and merriment.
The crowd cheers one more time.
Until then, may the dawn bless us, Norin and Lockney both.
The camera zooms in on them holding hands right when the pianos start. Cut to a door being kicked down by Norin's soldiers as they all rush into a royal-looking building. Cut to the exterior of that same building as a Norin man is dragged out by his wings. Sedessa stands there watching the scene, pulling out a piece of paper and Xing out a name on a list. Cut to Flint in a room that looks exactly like the White House press briefing room, except it has a unified Norin and Lockney symbol behind him.
The thing is, I'm not a politician. Don't get me wrong. I love my kingdom. I love my people. But I'll be the first to tell you that basically politics, I call them politricks.
The reporters all let out a modest laugh.
I'll take the next question, please.
The crowd's hands all shoot up at once as the music fades back in and the scene goes silent. Cut to a scene of Lockney soldiers surrounding a hut in a Lockney village, walking at another person who is handcuffed. Philo is yelling at them indiscriminately as Sedessa marks another name off her list and the song goes, "Nothing really matters." Cut to Curran, Delgo, and Kyla in a war room, looking over a map of a palace. We zoom in and see a big red X that says Darko with a dotted line following its trail, leading to a question mark. Curran says something to Delgo which is drowned out by the music, and Delgo puts his hands on his temples. Kyla puts his arm around him to comfort him. Cut to Gearguard is standing in a dank underground room in a prison with 6 nude people, both Lockney and Norin, with black bags over their head. Gearguardus looks at Selvej and points at one of them, ordering them to do something. Selvej timidly approaches, visibly mouths "I'm sorry" before shocking them with some sort of cattle prod. The prisoner shakes in pain before falling to the ground. Selvej has tears in their eyes. Gearguardus points to the person again. We get a POV from the prisoner's perspective of Selvej kicking them while they're on the ground. The tears falling from their eyes also fall directly on the camera. The music goes, "Mama," at that scene. Cut to the snowy mountaintop as the guitar solo plays. Cut to the interior of the lab. Dartgo walks in, surprising the researchers who are taking over Frankie E. Einstein's lab. He kills them all immediately with rock blasts to the head. Scrumbo is there and they begin cowering.
Oh, no, come on, man, not again. Please, please, please.
I told you I'd kill you last. I am a being of my word.
Why'd you come back, then?
While I could easily kill a weakling like you, it pains me to admit that I might not be strong enough. I couldn't defeat Delgo in combat, nor could I defeat him in love. And worst of all, he's emotionally secure in himself. In all ways, he's bested me as a man.
Darko approaches the Mother Rock.
Darko, what are you doing? What are you, oh, that was good shit. Are you
We're
insane? You're
halfway
gonna
through.
kill us all, man.
We're halfway through. You can't keep doing this.
You think I care? The second I was born, I was doomed to follow in my father's footsteps, trapped in his shadow. I had everything he had, but none of his wussy feelings or bids for peace. I should have been better than him, more than him. But Frankie E. Einstein failed, and I've returned to rectify that failure. That's all I care about now.
Darko, hey, man, I love you. You could care about me now instead of damn me.
Darko crackles with energy as he puts his hand on the mother rock. He then unzips his pants and lays directly up on it.
All I care about.
Okay.
The mother rock begins to swirl with dark energy before exploding in a massive blast of light. Scrumbo immediately starts to run away.
There's more power!
Cut to Zedessa leading the prisoners in line. Each one has their head placed on a guillotine. The guillotines drop one by one as the song goes, Galileo, Galileo, after the first four are executed. Zedessa stops the executioner and removes the black bag from the prisoner's head. It's Gelmore from the last movie, who was originally one of Zedessa's conspirators.
It's been a while, hasn't it, Gelmore?
Please, I've done nothing wrong. Why have you done this?
Zedessa removes her mask to reveal her face to Gelmore. She starts to twirl his beard with her fingers.
It's nothing personal, dear. You made the mistake of aligning with the bitch queen Zedessa, and now you're paying for it.
Please, I have Digons, lots of them. I'll give you anything you want, just please don't do this. Zedessa, have I not been loyal to you?
You have, dear. That's exactly why this has to happen.
Zedessa begins to walk off. She shakes her shapely behind as she walks. She motions to the executioner and puts her mask back on.
Please, Zedessa, don't do this, Zedessa!
The blade cuts clean through Gelmore's neck right as the song hits We Will Not Let Him Go, and we get a tracking shot from the front of his face, and it's once attached to his body until it falls into the basket. Cut to Clasto in the Norrin hospital with a walker trying to move from his bed. He takes a few successful steps as one of the young, sexually viable nurses watches on and encourages him. Clasto struggles to take a few steps until his walker falls out from under him and he crashes to the floor. Cut to a POV shot from him on the ground as we see the nurses run out of the room. He tries to lift himself up to the floor and fails. He looks out of the door and sees Selvej standing there. There are several more cuts zooming in for every time the song hits for me, until we're right up to their face to reveal that they're crying and wiping the tears from their eyes. The music cuts out with a soft reverb. Interior, the Royal Banquet Hall. Delgo and Kyla sit side by side at the end of the long table on their thrones, convening with their comrades. Geargardus, Curran, and Zedessa all sit by Kyla's side, while Philo, Plurt, and Selvej are by Delgo's.
Delgo, Carmela tells me that all of the conspirators have been identified and dealt with one by one.
Ah, excellent. I trust they're rotting in the prison alongside Zedessa.
Actually, they've been dealt with in a more pragmatic way. A more, permanent kind of punishment.
Delgo looks up at Zedessa.
You don't mean execution?
An eye for an eye. Well within the letter of the law.
Delgo takes a big drink of Jamoran whiskey and gulps it down, swallowing his last hint of shame.
I suppose, then, that it's a fitting end for them. Hard for me to get too upset for their sakes.
Yeah, those filthy murderers. Think how it was coming to them.
Curran does a light scoff to herself.
Look, I already know how we're going to spin this. Zedessa's collaborators have all been caught and compromised to a permanent end. Then I give a quick plug to my tour, and we'll be golden.
Have you picked your opening act yet?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I have. Look, I respect what you do, okay? Improv is hard. You know I was doing that back in the day. I still do my yes ands. I can still give you a gift. You know I'm always on whatever I have to do a rock cast, but that's not what we're doing on a stand-up tour.
I've already got a tight 10. You can put me on before Big Fluffo.
Man, I can't have you opening for Fluffo. The vibe is going to be all off. If you lead into Fluffo and bomb, he's going to be struggling to warm them up for me.
It's simple. I won't bomb.
Can we just talk about this later?
Selvage, Geargardus tells me that she started training you as a warrior while you were under her tutelage. How'd that go?
Selvage meagerly chews on a loaf of bread before answering.
It was intense. I learned a lot of things. A lot of things I don't think I was ready to see for the first time in my life.
The path of a warrior is a noble one, but it is stained with tears, sweat, and blood. I can see a warrior spirit in you if you continue under my tutelage.
Frankly, I don't think my non-binary ass is built for it.
Nonsense. Your non-binary ass can be shaped to hold a blade, among many other tools I have at my disposal.
Selvage goes red-faced and timidly eats more bread.
And how goes the search for D?
What? Moab.
Oh my god, I didn't unmute. Nothing yet, milady. It's been a frustrating investigation, to say the least.
Every time we seem to find some sort of trace of his presence, the aura from his unique sacred stones, it seems to turn up dry. He's elusive. He may already be gone from Jamora.
Chamber doors violently swing open from deep malevolent aura, and Darko floats into the room.
Or maybe I've just been waiting to make an entrance.
Everyone at the table immediately gets up and draws their weapons. Delgo has Clasto's bow trained on Darko. Kyla draws a rapier at her side, but Curran, unarmed, stands in front of her. Philo pulls out his stupid little slingshot. Odessa pulls out a pair of daggers while Geargardus draws her blade. Flirt runs to the back of the hall behind Delgo, and Selvage hides under the table.
Get any closer, and you're a dead man.
Guards, seize him!
A beat pauses, but nobody enters the room. Darko begins to float closer to them.
I'm afraid your royal guard is currently incapacitated.
An arrow whizzes by Darko's head, literally exactly like the bullet that almost killed the big orange freak at the White House. You know what I'm saying? Things could have been so cool right now.
That was a warning shot. Any closer, and the next one is through your skull.
I'm here for two things. The first is to kill you, Delgo.
You're outnumbered and outmatched, Darko. It's not going to happen.
And the second is to claim my prize, Queen Kyla.
Objectifying women? Majorly not cool, man. Delgo, I'm getting sick of this guy, even though he looks just like you, except cooler.
Darko takes a big hit off of his vape, strawberry bubblegum flavored.
There's no vaping in the royal banquet hall during dinner. That is expressly against the rules.
There's no such thing as rules.
I gotta admit, he's got aura. He pulls it off, Delgo.
How about to pull something off? His freaking head!
Delgo fires another arrow straight at Darko's heart, but Darko swats it away with ease.
Every single one of you sits on a pack of lies. Geargardus, you wish to walk in the steps of your father, but he was an honorable man. You dishonor his legacy with your barbarism.
How dare you? You would question my tactics, my methods? I do what is necessary for my kingdom.
Bullshit. You may be your father's daughter, but you were trained by the traitor General Rias, just as he was. Your father was a gambling addict and a debtor, but he was also a brave warrior. If not for his nobility, you would be in the streets. He gave everything to give you a better life, and you disgrace it by slaughtering people unjustly.
You motherfucker!
Sedessa leaps out in front of her and starts attacking Darko with her daggers.
Enough of these lies! You die today!
The guitar solo from Bohemian Rhapsody kicks back in. Sedessa swings her daggers left and right, casually fighting off and dodging Darko's rock blast. Darko blasts one of the daggers out of her hands, and Sedessa falls to a knee.
How ironic, coming from the biggest liar of them all.
Sedessa quickly...
Well, if I'm a liar, then I'm the...
Sedessa quickly reaches behind her and unsheaths a short sword, going for a stab on Darko.
Pathetic.
Darko aptly dodges out of the way of Sedessa's attack.
Did you think that was my only trick?
Sedessa hits a switch on her short sword, which turns into a sick-ass shade whip. She swings
Hell
and
yeah.
slashes Darko in the back. Darko winces and falls to the floor. Sedessa puts her heel on his back where the wound is.
I have to admit, I'd heard so much about you, and yet I'm underwhelmed.
The wound glows with dark energy, and it magically heals in an instant. Sedessa backs off and raises her dagger and chainsword once more.
Weak. So weak. So weak and pathetic.
A shadow devil appears behind Sedessa and grabs her. Darko then teleports behind Sedessa and puts a blade to her throat, but she wraps her chainsword around the blade, holding it at bay.
Delgo, allow me to show you just who you've let in your company.
Kyla pushes Curran away and holds out a hand out to Darko.
No, don't do it!
Darko pulls off Sedessa's iron mask, revealing Sedessa's face to everyone. The music slowly fades out right at the end of the guitar solo. Delgo's eyes are wide open. In slow motion, he turns to Kyla, who's screaming out. We can't hear her words, and we're left with an eerie quietness.
Kyla.
Kyla falls on the floor, pounding at the ground.
You knew.
Delgo, it's not what you think!
You knew Carmela was Sedessa the whole time. You worked with her. You and your royal lackeys. Clasta was right. You betrayed me.
Delgo, now is not the time! We have to deal with Darko, and you're the only one strong enough to match his power!
Fuck you, Kyla.
Now's not the time! You have to go stop Darko!
You've been using me this whole time. Do you even love me? Do you even care if I live or die? Was killing the council even Sedessa's idea, or was it yours? And who are the people that you had Proud Knight round up and slaughter?
I thought I was dead. They were all bad people. And trust me, I know bad people. They got their just desserts.
And so they deserve to die? To facilitate some lie?
The council sought to divide the Lockney and Norin even further. They're the reason that monstrosity even exists, and you need to stop it.
You didn't think he was a monstrosity when all three of us slept together.
Philo slowly lowers his stupid fucking slingshot, and Flirt comes out from the corner. Your goddess doesn't move, putting herself and her blade between Darko and Queen Kyla.
What the fuck?
You did what? With her? And him?
That's not... Delgo, please, you have to listen.
Don't you love all the drama in the royal court? Here, I have some more secrets to divulge. Plurnt, your ticket sales have been plummeting, and people say you're not even authentic anymore. We all know you've been using Delgo's new position of power to revitalize your career.
I'm just pivoting to new material. It's hard to translate my male-skewing comedy to all demos.
Leave Plurnt alone.
Philo, your improv team says you're always late. You're way behind on team dues, and I'll fucking say it, you rely way too much on pop culture references and meta shit. Your characters aren't that grounded. You're basically playing yourself in every scene. I mean, it's okay to play some version of yourself, but it's always a straight green Lockney named something like Lofi, who's a poonhound. You never play low status. And that's funny in the first few scenes, but you really are sucking the life out of the sets.
Did you go to my shows?
And Selvage. Cutesy-poo little Selvage. I don't really have anything on you, I just find you extremely fucking annoying.
I can't handle this!
Selvage starts having a realistic panic attack. Delgo puts Clasto's bow on his back and starts to approach Darko. The music kicks back in and the guitars start to wail.
Leave them all alone.
Delgo continues to walk forward as nothing really matters is said in the song. Darko unhands Sedessa and lets her drop to the floor and starts floating towards Delgo.
If your battle is with me, then so be it. I'll be your opponent, Darko.
As it should be.
As the final chords of Bohemian Rhapsody plays, the two are now face to face, swords in hand. They both wordlessly swing their swords at the same time, and at the moment they clash, Delgo and Darko erupt with massive yellow and purple auras respectively. Blow Me Away by Breaking Benjamin starts playing.
This is it!
The two swing their swords back and forth with one hand, each deflecting the other with energy shields coming from the sacred stones in their hands. Darko backs off, shooting a huge rock blast at Delgo, who blocks it with his shield, creating a huge dust cloud. Delgo's sword flies out in the cloud and clashes with Darko's katana.
This is the thrill of battle I've been searching for.
Darko's shadow teleports in front of Delgo while Delgo is unarmed, making a giant swing at Delgo's chest, cutting off his shirt and leaving a huge red gash spread between his muscular pecs. Delgo grabs his chest with his arm still sticking out.
You're wide open!
Delgo recalls his sword and slashes the blade into Darko's shoulder. I'm gonna keep fucking him up. It cuts the side off of Darko's leather vest and sleeveless tee, revealing his own beefy pecs. The two stare at each other while Darko's healing factor activates and the wound on his shoulder closes. Delgo places a sacred stone on his chest, healing his own wound. Darko smiles wide.
You're impressive, Delgo. Not like those other insolent weaklings. Not like that pathetic ranger.
Delgo tackles Darko, and the two go flying into an ancient Norn statue of one of their former warrior kings. As the dust fades, their blades are locked once more. Neither Delgo or Darko can overcome each other, so they psionically control stones to press their swords against each other. The pressure is too immense, with the aura emanating from both getting more and more extreme. Both of the blades explode under the pressure, metal shards flying all over the place. One flies into Delgo's shoulder, and the other flies into Darko's eye.
Ah! They got my eye!
He rages in pain, bites his tongue, and wraps a strip of his torn shirt over his face, creating a makeshift eye patch. Darko regains his composure, but it's immediately met with a punch from Delgo right into his eye patch. With no weapons left, the two of them start trading blows like the end of MGS4. Lots of brutal punching and limb near snapping. It's really badass, but the two are spent. As much as Darko doesn't want to admit it, his ruthlessness can only counter Darko's battle experience, not fully overcome it.
I hate you. I don't think I've ever hated anyone as much as I hate you. Not even Sedessa. You're dying today, Darko!
All this for a country that used you. You're just as much of a tool to the state as your stones are for you, Pops.
Darko lands another huge punch on Delgo's face. The intensity is massive, but Delgo doesn't flinch or move at all, taking a punch like it was nothing.
Just ask your wife. She knew all about Project D.
I'm sick of this! No more bullshit!
Delgo takes another gigantic swing right at Darko's gut. Darko doubles over, but grabs Delgo's fist with both of his hands, keeping it in place. He looks back up at Delgo with a huge face, blood coming from his mouth.
Project D. The creation of the perfect life form using your genetic material. You are my father.
What do you mean, you evil fucking turd? I'm your father?
That night at the bachelor party, you had sex with a beautiful woman with blonde hair. Well, guess what, stone fucker? She was the mother rock. When you fucked her, you fucked yourself over because she created me.
Delgo, Project D was the Council of Seven's plan to subsume Lockney's sacred stone power so they could never be opposed by Lockney power ever again. For all of our talk of love and peace, the Council still feared you, maybe even more than Sedessa. You came from the bottom of Lockney society, a fledgling stone wielder, and yet you shook the kingdom to its core. That scared them. When would the next Delgo arise? What if they were dead set on destroying the Norn society?
You and Kyla can promise a pretty future full of flowers, Dad. But there will always be a rift between the Lockney and the Norn. The Council of Seven wished to stockpile weapons in case your peoples went to war once again. When they stole your seed, they thought they were simply creating a clone of the Lockney's greatest warrior. They believed they too could control the stones. They foresaw making a being that had everything you had, everything but your cloying sense of justice and need for peace. What they never foresaw was how powerful I would become.
Sedesta, Sedesta, Clasto, Gerardus, and her royal guard helped me dispose of the Council of Seven. If Project D was just one of their plans, what else were they planning to destroy me? Us? Delgo, they need to be disposed before they try to end the peace you sought to cultivate.
A frail peace I cannot abide. A powerful kingdom cannot be held together with lies and deceit. The only true rule is power.
You know what, Darko? I agree with you.
Darko smiles an even bigger smile and opens his arms to hug his father.
I didn't think it was possible, but somehow, deep in my cold, dead heart, I knew that you would understand me.
Delgo comes closer, hugs Darko, embracing him as a father should embrace his child.
A kingdom held together with lies and deceit will only fall apart like the house of cards it is.
Delgo, stop! What are you doing?
But a kingdom ruled by tyranny is no kingdom at all.
Delgo grabs Darko's arm and performs a perfect judo throw, tossing Darko to the ground. Darko winces and gets back up on his feet, holding a judo pose of his own, anticipating another attack from Delgo.
I overestimated you. I thought you'd understand the truth, but you remain ignorant. Now I know for certain you must die in order for me to achieve my true vision.
You're half blind now because of your ambitions. What vision could you possibly speak of?
The Norrin used court politics to make the Lockney people complacent, and in turn both nations became weak and flaccid. By reigniting the conflict between the two species, I can sharpen and hone them both, until all that's left is a single, unified nation of the perfect warriors.
My God. The myth of the Lockney fall, when the Lockney made love to the Mother Rock. You look to undo the original sin. But that's just a myth. It's not real.
It is more than a myth. It is my purpose, my fate. I didn't choose it for myself. It is simply what I was given.
Despite a passion still burning in Delgo to fight, even he knows he's mentally spent. This lore dump has thoroughly messed him up. All he feels is a deep lament, a sadness in his heart. He never wanted to be a hero. He just wanted to be a friend to everyone. But the politics, the backstabbing, the betrayal, it was all too much. His heart hurt just as much as his battle wounds. Delgo's eyes turn white, and the Norrin statues start to vibrate rapidly.
Could this be the true stoner's state? That can only be possible when a powerful stone wielder is in close proximity to pure Titanium stone?
Titanium stone was thought lost to the Lockney generations ago. Wait, the statue. It's of King Larknos IV, the king who first raided the Lockney hundreds of cycles ago before we came to Jamora in need of a new home. No, he couldn't have.
But he did. He commissioned a statue of himself out of the Lockney's most precious resource. This amount of Titanium could create energy ripples that could tear apart the kingdom. I'll have to kill Delgo now before he does something crazy.
Darko attempts to strangle Delgo to death, but his hands can't clench around Delgo's neck. Delgo's aura gets amplified, and Darko's hands begin to crackle. His dark energy and Delgo's light energy conflict once more, but this time it's creating something more than just pressure and dust cloud. Ripples of reality start to bend around them. Yergardus attempts to lunge at Darko with his back turned, but just as she gets closer, her blade starts to bend until it's snapped by the pressure between the two.
Pray the goddess, what is happening?
Scrumbo sneaks in from a dark corner of the room they've been hiding in this whole time, and finally take the chance to come out.
Scrumbo!
Hey, man! Their energies are being amplified by the... Oh, wow. By the Titanium, man. We have to go. This whole place is gonna fold like G pancakes.
I'm not leaving Delgo behind!
Yeah, no, man, you're not getting it, dude. Space and time are gonna collapse as we know it.
Kyla tries to run forward towards Delgo and Darko, but is held back by Curran.
Milady, you mustn't. Let's listen to the little freak and get out of here.
Kyla breaks free of Curran's grasp and runs toward them.
What? You
You both cut out at the same time trying to say that. Give me that one more time.
Why won't you die?
The entire room fills with bright light, and then the universe slows to a crawl. We see each character's faces as they're subsumed by the light. Kylo running towards it with Curran and Geargardus chasing after her. Philo reaching out to the light. Sedessus laying on the ground. Plurnt huddled in the corner, and Selvege in a fetal position under the table, and Scrumbo looking directly at the camera. The film then disintegrates, and we see nothing but a blank screen for a solid 30 seconds. Delgo's face comes in from the bottom of the screen slowly. He's completely nude, floating in what looks like an ocean. Delgo begins to awaken, and he's pulled underwater by many shadowy hands. Delgo is submerged, being drawn into a temporal whirlpool where the imagery becomes psychedelic and trippy. Delgo spirals down to the depths further and further, just like that one part from Twin Peaks: The Return. Delgo looks into the weird psychedelic plane and sees all sorts of animated characters. Mickey Mouse, Bugs Bunny, Shrek, Major Kusanagi, the stop-motion Pinocchio, Fritz the Cat. Everyone just say this.
Delgo.
Ever.
Awesome. The waters in front of him begin to divide. Delgo gets violently pushed forward into the rift. It looks exactly like the Stargate sequence in 2001: A Space Odyssey. The harmonics begin to blare louder and louder. We cut back and forth between Delgo's face and the never-ending rift. Delgo's face vibrates rapidly as though he's being ripped apart. As we close up on Delgo's face, the precipice of the skin is about to come off from sheer pressure alone. The vibrating stops. The background behind his head is no longer in the rift, but green, peaceful grass growing on the ground. We zoom out. He's laying there from his torn-up kingly robes, Blasto's bow on his back, the satchel of sacred stones still at his hip. Delgo slowly awakens. From off-screen, a small, dainty hand reaches out and grabs his hand. A petite woman with pearl and blue twin-tail ombre hair grabs him and clutches tightly. The chorus, Awo Sake De from Dalco, starts playing.
Tell me, green friend, are you okay?
End of Act 1.
Oh.
Oh,
Act
that's a good
Jesus
one.
Christ.
This is a good fucking movie.
Oh my god.
So into
Act
this movie.
1.
Okay. We're gonna go to a quick intermission.
A quick intermission.
A quick
What have you
intermission.
done?
Let's take like
The
15.
first
Okay, get ready now. Here it comes. Good catch. Nice throw, Delgo. Here comes a high one. Oh, no. Good try. Bad toss. Bad toss. Wasn't your fault. Go get it. Hurry.
In the land of Jamora, the humble Lochni lived in peace. Far away, lost in the clouds, the land of the winged Norin grew barren, depleted of essential resources. Concerned for his people, the Norin king sent scouts to find a new home. Their quest brought them to Jamora, where they were welcomed by the Lochni. The Norin king vowed not to leave until the last of his people had safely resettled.
You, my little princess, will grow up to rule our people in a land of beauty.
He sent Sedessa, his ambitious younger sister, to govern the Norin in the new land. Time passed, and tensions rose as the Norin sought more land. Finally, the Lochni would give no more. Hatred, once stirred, took on a life of its own. And the spark of vengeance ignited the flames of battle.
We are at war. You should have negotiated.
Negotiated? With savages? Don't be so naive. Jamora is ours for the taking, dear brother. Have the courage to finish what I started.
You have disgraced our family. You have killed innocents, sent young soldiers to die. You have ensured that my daughter will grow up in a world where peace can never again be taken for granted. You are no longer a member of the royal family. No longer my sister.
Sedessa Grelian, you have been found guilty of murder and treason. In accordance with Norin law, you are hereby condemned to spend the remainder of your life in exile, unable to return.
So sorry to keep you waiting, gentlemen. I just couldn't find a thing to wear. Now then, this is somewhat of a farewell occasion. I'm afraid our working relationship is effectively over.
Over? What about the invasion of Jamura?
Oh, yes. I'll be invading as planned.
Without an army?
You need our tribes, Empress.
Oh, but I have your tribes. United. Well trained. Quite ready for battle.
We united now. You need us to keep them united.
So modest about your accomplishments. The tribe stands solidly behind me. Middle management will only get in the way.
Have you forgotten all we've done for you, Empress? The castle we built?
I'll call you when I need another.
What about your promises? Land, titles, the riches of Jamura.
Money and power. So shallow. You really should concern yourselves with more spiritual matters. Engineer Prando.
Come now. You know me. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's hearing a chorus of wart-ridden freaks pleading for mercy.
Some music should cover it up.
You can't
We can't do this! We don't want that! I can't feel my nose! Something smells delicious.
You know what? This is... Yes! No, yeah. This is the longest, hottest, bumpiest shortcut I've ever taken.
Well, I know a faster way. Oh, what's the matter? Afraid you'll lose?
I just don't want to race.
All right, no problem. I can respect that.
Wuss. What?
Huh? I didn't say anything. Wuss.
I heard that!
Heard what, Wuss? I mean, Philo.
I'm not racing!
Come on, let's go! Race isn't over yet.
Delgo! Delgo? Oh, Delgo. He's gone. He's gone forever.
Philo!
Delgo? Delgo, is that you? Are you up there?
No! Down here!
Oh no! I bet it was that time when...
No! Down here!
Delgo! Oh, you're alive! Hang in there, Don't worry, I'll shoot a flare. Sorry.
Philo? Why is that tree on fire?
Fire? Oh, that fire! The one there, this one with the flames. Yeah. Oh, well, you see, there was all of a sudden, I don't know what it was, and then I can't. What fire are you talking about?
Oh, never mind. Just get some help.
Yeah,
And hurry!
Okay. What? No! Come back here!
Hello there.
Whoa!
Need some help?
From a Norin? I don't think so.
Why is that tree on fire?
Delgo! Are you alright? Are you alright? Are you alright? Are you alright? Are you alright?
Hey.
Bogardus!
The princess doesn't need any new friends, mock me.
Colonel, General, you are out of line.
Your Highness, the Lockney only understand violence.
Enough!
Your Highness, we are in violation of the truce.
I'm well aware of the laws, Colonel.
Get her out of here. Go!
Let go of me. I can fly on my own.
Playtime's over.
Yeah, you better keep flying, you pansies!
Boys, why is that tree on fire?
How can I ask my people to respect the border laws if my own daughter refuses to do so?
He needed my help, Father.
It's not that simple, Kyla. Our position here is delicate. There are still Lockney who harbor hatred towards us. If anything had happened to you...
Everything was fine until Bogardus beat this poor...
Bogardus was protecting you.
From harmless boys.
From Lockney boys. They had good reason to be concerned for your safety. You're only a child, Kyla. You couldn't possibly understand what's at stake here.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Delgo 2. We're just gonna pick off right where we picked off at the end of Act 1. We are now in Act 2. Exterior! The Mayleaf Trail. Delgo and the young woman he just met are traveling in a beautiful scenic forest.
You're not from Alberia, so where are you from? The Egan Flats? The city of Grams?
From neither of those places. I've never heard of them before. I'm from a land called Jamora.
I've never heard of it.
Cleo looks Delgo up and down, and especially seems to focus on his pecs after his shirt was ripped in the battle with Darko.
And I've certainly never seen your kind before. You look more like a fiend than a person.
What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend. It was just an observation.
Delgo walks out in front of her with a confident stride.
I'm a Lockney, and one of the proudest Lockney warriors of them all. In fact, I'm king of both the Lockney and Norin people.
Cleo looks unimpressed.
Uh-huh.
No, I'm serious. I helped win a great war, and I unified the Lockney and Norin people, ending their prejudices once and for all.
Right.
You don't believe me?
Well, you come here looking like a common fiend, you start gloating about how cool and strong and important you are, and you keep telling me about a made-up land with made-up people nobody's ever heard of? If I didn't think you were deranged, I would think you were trying to flirt with me.
Delgo pulls out a sacred stone and has it fly under a nearby flower. He gently plucks it out of the ground and floats it over to Cleo.
And what if I am?
Cleo rolls her eyes and smiles, taking the flower and putting it in her basket.
You're going to have to try harder than that.
What are you, anyways? Aside from extremely cute, I've never seen your kind before at all.
Cleo timidly adjusts the bow in her hair, covering up her bunny ears.
Oh, I'm Sylvan. We tend to live for a really long time, so when it comes to pickup lines, I've heard them all. I mean, except for some made up nation and huge war I've never heard of, but I guess there's a first for everything.
Delgo and Cleo clear through the trees and come across a massive towering castle. It's clearly seen better days, but it's still impressive nonetheless.
This is it. This is my home, the Halidom.
Man, the taxes on this place must be nuts.
I'm afraid there aren't very many kingdoms left to tax us.
Interior, the Halidom. Delgo and Cleo enter the empty castle. Despite the exterior being in a state of disrepair, the interiors have been kept clean and spotless.
This place used to be full of people. They all came to join the country of New Alberia, led by the Dragonblood Prince. They fought a grand and epic battle against the god of the world itself. This world is connected to a slew of other universes, and if what you say is true, you likely came from another world yourself. When the prince slew the god of this world, it was thought that all the other worlds were unmade, so he created a new world in his image, a beautiful world, where he resurrected everybody who was lost from the multi-dimensional culling. There's just one major problem with that.
This world is still here.
Right, and it's still connected to your world.
You're telling me that I'm no longer in my own world?
If what you tell me is true, then yes, that's more likely the case.
If this prince made a new world and resurrected his friends, why are you still here then?
There's no doubt in my mind that he created another Cleo in his new world, but my soul is forever bound to the Halidom, as I am its servant. If this world persists, and this Halidom still stands, then I am forever its servant.
So you've been here all by yourself this whole time?
Yes. You may think it a lonely existence, but I was here alone long before I met the prince and New Alberia was founded. I'm used to the quietness. But sometimes I miss the hustle and bustle of everyone here. I miss cleaning up after all of them, cooking for them, serving the kingdom as only I can.
Delgo walks up and hugs Cleo, who's taken aback by this.
I'm sorry you've been alone for so long.
It's okay. I don't mind, but thank you. Really. Truly. Sincerely.
Delgo backs away from Cleo.
I'm glad that the first person I've seen in so long is as kind as you are.
Well, about that. I doubt I'm the only person who made it here. I don't know how you found me, but I think that some other people I know might have traveled to this world as well.
A faint yelling can be heard outside the Halidom. Delgo pulls out a sacred stone instinctively.
What was that?
I don't know.
The yelling gets closer until the front door of the Halidom bursts open. Delgo gets in position to fire a sacred stone blast.
Delgo!
Delgo eases his stance and smiles wide.
Philo! I'll be a Banty Frog's bitch. You're alive!
Delgo, I've been searching all over for you. I don't know where I am or what's going on or...
Philo spots Cleo behind Delgo, who lightly waves at him.
Who this choice slab of rock-biter hide is. How are you this fine day, milady?
I'm fine, thank you for asking.
Philo leans back towards Delgo and whispers in his ear.
Did you see that, Big D? She's totally into me. Do you know where me and you can get a little more privacy?
If it's all the same, I don't think I'd like to be alone with you.
Philo, have you heard anything about Kylo or Darko?
I thought you might know. Personally, I'm hoping for either a shallow grave or a pile of ash. That would save us a lot of headaches. It'd be ironic punishment if his nasty vaping ass got vaporized.
I can't be that optimistic. We share almost all the same strengths and weaknesses. If I survived that blast, then it's just as likely he did. Everyone else, though, I'm not so sure.
If you came through the rift between our worlds unscathed, then I have more than enough hope that your friends have as well.
Exterior, Kyla's camp. Crossfade into the next scene as nighttime falls over a camp of Kyla's party. Curran, Sedessa, and Plurnt all sit around a campfire. Gear Gardas and Selvej are flying up above, taking watch. Kyla comes out from a hastily made tent.
Any sign of Delgo yet?
Nothing yet. We did see a massive castle as we were flying above the tree line. That might be our next place to move. Or at least our best hope for any sort of civilization around here.
I know. It's creepy. It feels as though there isn't even any wildlife here. Not a zuzu or a gap in sight. Hell, I'd settle for seeing a common squeep.
Geargardus and Selvage fly back down to camp. Melody.
Probably
Melody,
eating celery.
Maybe eating celery, yeah. Do we have Melody? I don't know.
Hang on, I'll check real quick.
Okay.
Maybe it's that horrible power outage that we were talking about.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, the storm. The perfect storm of screenwriting talent that produced Delgo 2.
Now in theaters.
Oh, sorry. I had to leave the room for a second.
It's all good. It's all good. It's your line.
Is it no sign of anyone?
Yes.
No sign of anyone or anything.
You'd think a place this desolate it'd be easier to find spot a flying Lockney that shoots purple energy everywhere.
And let's not expend any more of our energy than necessary. We should rest. Geargardus, Sedessa, I'd like you to sleep in turns to keep watch.
Of course, Your Majesty.
Don't speak to the queen like that, you cur.
Oh, she's your queen. I don't see any crown nor throne here. Just a lot of hills, dirt, and desolation. This place is about as empty as your bed, Geargardus.
Geargardus puts her hand on the hilt of her blade.
Stay your tongue. My bed sees far more suitors than your prison cell.
All of you stop. We're all in an alien place under strange circumstances. We have to work together if we want to survive this ordeal.
Face it, Kyla, that blast probably killed Delgo and that nasty Darko. Just sounds like a slur.
It's not.
That's
You gotta just really hit the G.
That blast probably killed Delgo and Darko, and that's what. Yeah, now it sounds normal.
Now it sounds like a board game for kids.
Kids.
That blast probably killed Delgo and Darko, and that's what sent us all here. We have to accept the fact that we might never be going home.
Selfish sits down next to Plurnt.
Plurnt, how are you holding up?
I don't know, man. Or they, or whatever. It doesn't matter anymore. I'm not some fighter or even useful at all. I'm just a guy with a tight 5 that was funny about a decade ago. But that Darko freak was right. I'm old news. People weren't coming out to Plurnt live and rocking like they used to. And as much as I don't want to admit it, in the back of my head, I was staying close to Delgo because his star was on the rise, and if I couldn't make it as a headlining star comedian anymore, maybe I could have a cushy job as a politics guy.
Dude, you're selling yourself short. Remember, I met you and Delgo at one of your shows. I was seated right next to Delgo in the front row. He was laughing at everything. Even the weird stuff about your dad. His laughter was infectious, and I found myself laughing with him. We were laughing together at everything. And then when you called him backstage, he was like, take my new friend here, too. We barely knew each other. And here I was going just from seeing a show because I was depressed that night and to hobnobbing with the hero of the local Lockney people and Plart himself. I was starstruck, and you welcomed me with open arms. You bring people together, Plart. That's your strength. Comedy actually is important, and we do need truth tellers. Sorry. And we do need truth tellers in comedy to say it like it is. Now more than ever.
Well, then you shouldn't count me as a truth teller at all. My name isn't even Plurnt. It's Plurna. Plurnt is just a stage name. My manager thought it sounded too feminine. And honestly, I never liked that name anyways. But you know the truth about me. That I'm just a huge phony, top to bottom. Even my name is fake.
No, it's not. Take it from my non-binary ass. Just because you weren't born with that name doesn't mean it's any less yours. You chose that name because it fit you better. If you believe you're Plurnt, then we all do.
Plurnt, why don't you help ease the mood by telling us one of your famous stories?
Plurnt starts to perk up and you can see him turning on and getting into his stage persona.
Okay, look. You know the Stone Sage Council? Bunch of old heads running the Lockney just because they can make some rocks float over their head or whatever. Where do you ever hear that shit before? Granny be like, "Oh, time to influence foreign policy because I can shoot some magic rocks around." Nah. But seriously, I respect the Stone Sage Council immensely. They made such great decisions like
Flint gestures pulling out a piece of paper and squinting at it.
Going to war against the Norn? Someone needs to get the Elder Marley in old folks home already because this shit wouldn't fly anymore. Speaking of flying, the Norn, you see these guys? You see about this? Just floating all over the place. Flying, doing all pixie shit, sniffing daisies or whatever?
Flint flaps his hands around like they're wings all over the place.
No, but for real, I'm like super jealous of that. Okay. I got a joke for you. A Lockney and a Norn walk into a bar, and then everyone starts screaming, "Look out, it's Sedessa!" You know, because on account of the whole not having wings thing, because of the whole exile thing.
Sedessa lets out a hearty laugh in the back of the crowd.
No, but for real, you've been a great crowd. Probably the best crowd here, quite frankly. On account of the eerie sense of dread that we might be completely abandoned. But hey, if you kill me, at least you don't gotta hear my jokes again.
The entire crew is laughing, all having a merry time thanks to Flint's great Type 5.
Thank you. You're too kind, man. I'll be here all week, or month, or cycle. We're still kind of figuring that part out.
We zoom out from the camp as everyone is laughing and having a great time. As we zoom out, a figure comes into frame. Darko is seen hiding in the darkness of the night, watching the festivities from afar. He turns away and heads elsewhere. Interior, the Halidom. Delgo awakes the next morning in a large, ornate bed. He's in an exquisite room draped in fancy linens and silks, filled with doilies aplenty. It's all to himself. He's completely naked, green cock fully out. We see a bunch of fresh outfits laid out nicely on the dresser, and an artisanal suit of armor hung by the door. Delgo appreciates the intricate battle dress, just like how Naked Snake ogled the custom M19A11 and MGS3. He eyes the chainmail, the rivets, all the supple but durable straps. Most of all, he sees that it hasn't been used in quite some time. Delgo finishes his naked armor evaluation and starts putting his old clothes on.
Where did these other clothes come from? I don't remember laying these out last night.
Just as Delgo pulls his pants up, he realizes how bad of a condition they're in. Suddenly, his green dick bursts out of his drawers, like that one video of Lenny Kravitz's dick shooting out straight from those tight leather pants. Delgo freaks out and immediately yanks the ruined jeans off, but right in that moment, Cleo walks into the room backwards while sweeping the floor.
Delgo, breakfast is ready. I made fried greens and
Cleo turns around to see Delgo standing there completely naked. His junk is covered by the clothes holding his hands, but it's obvious from the camera angle that she can still see it and she's looking directly at it. Cut to Delgo smiling.
That sounds delicious. I'll be down in a sec, okay?
You'll be going down in a second. You'll be down in a second. Got it.
Cleo scurries out of the room and Delgo does a small chuckle to himself. Cut to the dining hall where Delgo, Philo, and Cleo are all eating breakfast together.
This is so good! Anything like this in Jamora.
You'll have to try fried squeep if you ever come there.
About that, last night I was consulting the old grimoires, and I think I may have already found a way to get you both back home.
You were studying? On top of cleaning and cooking and welcoming us into your home? Do you even sleep?
I take several micro naps during the day, thank you very much. There's always important work to be done, and I need to be awake and alert.
You have to respect the grind set, Delgo.
I guess I too have worked far too many sleepless nights lately. But you needn't have done so much for us.
Don't apologize for Delgo. Your company has been quite enjoyable. I almost don't want to tell you this information so you'll stay longer. But there's a labyrinth under the Halidom where we can access a portal to bring us to other worlds. The only thing is, we'll need to calibrate it to yours specifically. It could take quite some time and,
What is it?
The entire place is crawling with automatons, nasty machines that have served as its guardians for centuries now.
Like how you are bound as the steward of the Halidom?
Yes, in a way, but I have enough autonomy to traverse the labyrinth.
So what you're saying is we'll need to fight our way through there.
Yep. I shouldn't have much trouble defeating these wretched mechanical creatures, but I'll need you both to protect me when I'm calibrating the portal.
Wait, you're going to be fighting?
Of course. I might not look it, but I was at one time one of the most powerful dark mages in existence.
A pale look covers Cleo's face.
But now, I'm the only dark mage in existence.
Don't worry, Cleo. We appreciate your help. With you, me, and Philo, we could take on anything. Though I'm pretty lightly armed at the moment.
Not a problem. Come with me.
Cut to a completely dark room that begins to light up as the door opens. Mystical lamps flood the room with light, and we see the walls lined top to bottom with swords, bows, and a large variety of other weapons.
My god, you could arm a military with these many weapons.
Make whatever you like.
Delgo starts appreciating all the swords.
They've all been cleaned and oiled too, and kept in such fine condition. Cleo, have you been maintaining upkeep on all of these weapons as well?
Well, the Blacksmith Sisters got wiped out of existence, along with everyone else, so somebody needed to maintain the armory.
You keep surprising me more and more, Cleo.
I can think of a few more surprises that I could show you.
I'm sorry, I was distracted. What'd you say?
Nothing! It was nothing!
Delgo, check this out!
Philo holds a two-handed battle axe over his shoulder.
It's no slingshot, but still pretty sick, right?
Philo starts to walk with it, but trips and gets crushed under its weight. Delgo and Cleo both chuckle at the same time. They then lock eyes for a moment.
Jamora, Jesus Christ, that hurts! Jamora, god damn it! I'll stick with the slingshot next time. I'm gonna cut my hand off.
I better go help him.
Me too. He might need his hand later.
Cut to a quick montage of Delgo picking up a sword off the racks, sharpening it, and trying to tie a sacred stone at the end of it. His first attempt fails. Cleo picks the stone up from off the ground and takes the sword. Cut to Philo grabbing a great sword from the armory that he's barely able to wield. He attempts to swing it, but crashes into multiple suits of armor. Cut to Delgo trying to swing another sword on a training dummy, hitting it with multiple one-handed swings and stabbing it right in the chest. Cleo walks up behind him holding an item wrapped in cloth. Delgo unwraps it, and it's the sword he was using earlier, but with a sacred stone embedded in the hilt. He tests it by throwing it at the training dummy. It lands perfectly, and he recalls it back to his hand like it's nothing. He gives Cleo a big hug. Cleo looks red in her face and embarrassed. Cut back to Philo grabbing one of the bladed spears from off the racks. He tries poking the air with it, and it actually looks kind of badass. He does some cool spin moves with it, and then stops and rubs his chin, impressed with his own ability. Cut forward to Delgo and Philo sparring with their new weapons. Philo is weirdly keeping up with Delgo pretty well, holding off his attacks with his handle of his spear while also going in for pokes. Delgo avoids every hit and then goes for a swing at Philo's throat, stopping right before it hits him. Delgo smirks, but then notices the blade of the spear is right at his throat. The two laugh and put their weapons aside, and then do the muscle handshake flex thing from Predator. Cut to all three of them fully geared up with new armor and everything, leaving the armory together and closing the door. After they leave, we cut to the wall with the katanas, and we see that one of them is missing. Interior, underground chamber. Delgo, Philo, and Cleo stand in front of a giant door. The door starts to crack open. All three walk in and we see a grand, expansive circular hall that goes down for miles.
This is magnificent.
Cleo stares at Delgo.
He sure is.
Delgo looks at her and smirks. She gets embarrassed and coughs twice and opens her book.
According to the ancient grimoire, the portal should be down there.
Cleo nervously points down to a platform with tons of floors below them.
Isla Zuzu shit. It's gonna take us hours to get down there.
You know, maybe not. Darko may be a bastard, but I learned something from fighting him.
Delgo pulls out some gloves and boots affixed with sacred stones.
I mean, if Darko's your son and you weren't married to his mother, he's technically a bastard. Don't freak me out like that!
Delgo is hovering in the air, undeterred by gravity.
I've been waiting for a chance to try these bad boys out. Remember? I can control the stones.
Delgo walks up to the edge of the platform.
Okay, here goes nothing.
Delgo, this is absolutely insane. If this doesn't work, you're gonna be Yag food, which is to say, you'll die!
Delgo turns around and looks back at Philo.
There's only one way to find out.
Delgo falls backwards into the pit. Philo and Cleo rush to the edge to look over.
Delgo!
As they look over, they see Delgo floating there in midair, channeling the sacred stones. He's having trouble maintaining his balance, but he is flying.
Delgo flies now? You son of a bitch. He's flying! Delgo flies now!
Delgo floats back up to the platform.
I can only take one of you down at a time. Who's first?
That would be me.
Cleo? Flying with Delgo doesn't have an in-flight meal or movie, right? You're not scared at all you're gonna fall to your death?
Well, if we do lose control, then Delgo will cushion the fall for me.
Works for me. Hop on.
Cleo climbs up on Delgo's back. There's a close-up of Delgo. There's a close-up of Cleo and Delgo's faces side by side as Cleo accidentally brushes her cheek up against his. They float down the hole slowly together, leading to the platform. Cut back to Philo waiting back up on top.
Delgo and Cleo are insane. They're a cute couple, alright. Couple of idiots. At least I'm not surrounded by automatons.
Suddenly, we see multiple large objects light up around him. They get up and reveal that they are large humanoid constructs. Philo grips his slingshot in fear. Look, he's about to piss his pants.
They're right behind me. Aren't they?
Philo, hold on! I'm coming!
Don't worry about me, D-Man! I can handle myself. Just get the little lady down to the portal.
Philo pulls out his shitty little sucky-ass slingshot. He loads it with multiple balls wrapped in paper and fires them off, hitting the first automaton with a bunch of explosions at once. He sees another one approach from the side. He shoots what looks like 2 balls attached with a string on the ground. Balls go in different directions and stick to the ground, making a firm, rubbery tripwire between them. The approaching automaton trips over the string. Philo runs up with his spear and stabs it in the head. The automaton's lights go off. Cut back to Delgo floating back down to the platform. Delgo lets Cleo off his back right then several more automatons activate.
Go get Philo. Leave this to me.
Are you sure? I can protect you.
I'll be fine. Just go.
Okay, I trust you.
Delgo starts to fly back up, as we see a dark energy crackle from Cleo, not unlike Darko's dark energy. She takes out her staff and fires multiple bolts at each of the automatons before summoning sigils on the ground right under them. Dark lasers rain down from the sky onto the sigils, blowing up the automatons one by one like they're nothing. Delgo is looking back down at her while she fights.
Wow, she sure is something. I better move.
Delgo starts to fly back up faster. Cut to Philo holding off attacks from automatons left and right with his spear. He pushes one back, spins backwards, pulls out his stupid fucking slingshot and hits them with another bomb. Philo is breathing heavily. We see an automaton about to hit him with a big sword on his blind side. We see a flash, and the attack stops, the automaton's arm falling clean off its side. Cut back to Delgo recalling his sword from his side, landing back on the platform.
I got your back, buddy.
I know you do, pal.
The two charge simultaneously and strike down automaton after automaton. Philo covers Delgo's back with slingshot attacks, and Delgo covers Philo's with sacred stone powers. As the dust clears, the automatons are in pieces laying on the ground. Philo is hunched over trying to catch his breath.
Great job, Big D.
Delgo picks Philo up and holds him like a baby.
There's no time to waste, Philo. We gotta get moving.
You could have warned me first.
The two float down to the platform. Philo gently gets out of Delgo's arms and onto the floor. Cleo fires a direct energy blast right out of her staff at another approaching automaton. She hasn't even broken a sweat.
Easy peasy, though it looks like you had a tougher time than I did. Here.
Cleo points her staff at Philo, who immediately winces, thinking he's about to get hit by a laser bolt, but instead he gets revitalized by healing magic. His wounds from the battle immediately healed.
How'd you do that?
My little secret. If you're not from this world, you're not allowed to know. Okay, let's not waste any more time. Let's get this rift opened.
Cut to a close-up of the side of Delgo's face.
Right. What do you need us to do?
I need your ass to die.
Right in that moment, hearing Darko's voice, Delgo's expression changes from one of shock to anger. He turns around and sees Darko floating down holding his katana with his shirt still ripped off from the battle.
Cleo, get the portal ready. Philo, cover her. I'll deal with this.
Delgo then immediately flies up to Darko and their blades meet.
How foolish. You must understand by now I won't kill you yet. I still need you.
Delgo,
too bad. You can rot in Jamoran hell.
Delgo backs off and lunges forward with multiple sword swings, one after another. Darko falls back on the defensive, parrying every one of Delgo's strikes.
Don't understand, do you? We only came here because the powers of the light and dark sacred stones, amplified by a catalyst like Titanium, can bend space and time. I want you dead, but if you want to return home, you need me just as much as I need you. Unless
Unless what?
you have grander aspirations of conquest, to rule over lands other than your own.
I'm not like you. I don't crave power. I don't want unrestrained violence creating stronger men. That's bullshit. It's all bullshit.
We have the possibilities of multiple worlds at our fingertips, and you'd throw that all away?
To kill you? Absolutely.
Delgo thrusts forward with his blade, but Darko deflects it, knocking it out of his hand. Delgo then recalls it, the blade heading for Darko's back, but Darko reflects it with a really sick spin attack.
I would have felt the same way not but a few days ago. And my death urge still draws me to see your blood. But now, I see the truth. We can be stronger together, Delgo. Join me, father and son. Together at last, as we should be.
Darko sticks his hand out to take Delgo's.
Father and son.
Delgo floats towards Darko. He holds one hand out to meet Darko's, but tightens his grip on the handle of his sword.
You're my son.
Delgo takes Darko's hand. Darko has a giant sinister smile on his face.
That means you're my responsibility.
Delgo shoves his sword straight into Darko's stomach, immediately pulling it out. Darko starts to fall in slow motion, sticking his hand up, reaching for Delgo, while Delgo reaches down at him, before putting his arm to his side.
Delgo!
Delgo looks over at the platform near the entrance. Kyla and the whole rest of the squad are waiting there, having just witnessed Delgo's filicide. Delgo floats back down to them, still covered in Darko's blood.
Kyla
runs up and hugs Delgo, who doesn't respond at first, then slowly embraces her with tears in his eyes.
Kyla, I'm so glad you're alive.
You too, big guy.
Kyla gently caresses the latest scar adorning Delgo's face. They both give each other a look of love, not virile young love, but a love only shared between two people who've experienced pain and sadness.
We have to get out of here. Philo and a friend are preparing a portal deeper into the labyrinth. We can all get back to Jamora that way.
How deep into the labyrinth?
It's just further down the pit. Anyone who can fly can get down there, but they'll need to grab someone who can't.
Sedessa walks up and butts in between Kyla and Delgo.
Looks like you finally gained your wings, while I've still been deprived of mine. Why don't you take me down, big guy?
Kyla looks upset, but Delgo quickly interjects before she can say anything.
There's no time to argue. Come with me.
Delgo picks up Sedessa, cradling her like he did with Philo. Kyla looks back at the rest of them and nods forward before flying down next to Delgo.
So who's taking Plurn?
I think you're a bit too heavy for me to carry, I'm afraid.
Curran looks over to Selvage.
Don't look at me. You think my non-binary ass can support Plurt's weight?
Geargardus flies over and grabs Plurt by the wrist and starts flying down with him. Plurt starts freaking out.
Whoa, mama, I'm gonna fall. You could have at least grabbed me by my dainty hips.
Stop squirming so much and you won't.
Curran and Selvage shrug at each other and fly down after them. As they all float down, an immense dark energy starts swirling at the bottom of the pit, with dark purple lighting emanating from it as well. In the blink of an instant, a bunch of dark stones shoot up from the pit at the party. All of them seem to miss, except for one that embeds right in Kyla's shoulder.
Kyla!
My queen! Someone take him!
Geargardus tosses Plurt into the air, who starts screaming. Curran and Selvage both fly to him and grab him right out of midair together. Plurt, now supported by all four of their hands, puts his hands behind his head and crosses his legs.
Madam, they, them?
Selvage and Curran both roll their eyes and scoff simultaneously. Cut to Geargardus flying down at high speed into the pit, going after Kyla. She dodges multiple lightning bolts and even more dark stones flying all over the place, seemingly with no rhyme or reason. She grabs Kyla and holds her in her arms.
My queen! My queen, answer me!
Alive, Kiergardis.
Kyla puts her hand on her injured shoulder.
Not for long.
Darko slashes at the two, but Kyla flies out of Geargardus' hands to avoid getting hit. The wound where Delgo stabbed him has been healed, but there is still an obvious mark left in his abdomen. Geargardus and Darko's blades clash.
I'll finish what Delgo couldn't, you squeep.
Get about him! We need to get out of here!
Go, my queen. I will hold him off.
Kyla hesitates a bit before flying back up to the portal. Darko sticks his hand out and aims a dark stone at Geargardus' eye. She backs off right when he fires.
Trying to take my good eye, huh? Then I guess I'll just have to take yours.
Geargardus lunges for Darko's eye with lightning speed, faster than anything Darko has ever seen. Right before the blade reaches his face, it stops. We pull out to reveal that Darko has grabbed the blade with his hand. Blood comes dripping from his palm. Darko lunges for Geargardus' stomach, but his blade is met by Delgo's thrown sword, pushing it downwards. The blade returns to Delgo's hand as he floats downward, his blinding bright aura piercing the swirling darkness.
Leave him to me.
You think I would just walk away from such a rousing battle?
You saved Kyla, but she still needs her royal guard. Go to her.
Geargardus hesitates, makes a tisk noise, and grins.
Of course, my king. Just do me one favor. Send this green bastard to hell.
It'll be my pleasure.
And Delgo, don't die on me. Not before I can kill you myself, you hear?
That's a funny way of saying long live the king.
Geargardus smirks and flies back up to the portal. The camera follows her up before stopping to look down at the pit, now split between dark swirling aura and a bright yellow one. Geargardus returns to the platform right when Cleo is activating the portal.
There, got it.
The portal opens, and through it you can see the familiar sights of a Lockney village, a Norin palace, and all of Jamora. Scrumbo quickly scampers out of the darkness and jumps into the portal right before anyone else.
Thanks for the ride!
The portal swirls as Scrumbo disappears into it, before returning to a still image of Jamora at the other side.
Okay, well, who's next?
Plurnt jumps in next, followed by Curran and Selvej.
You guys should go ahead. I'll stay here and make sure Delgo gets back. He'll need my emotional support humor on the way back home.
No, Philo, you should go. This mess between me, Delgo, and Darko, it's all because of me. Let me be the one to make sure he gets home.
Like hell I will! Call me a political dissident and throw me in the dungeon. I'm not allowing the queen here to hurt my best friend again. After all your backstabbing, plotting, manipulating, you think the last thing I want him to see before heading back is you? You're a walking advertisement of every awful thing autocratic politics leads down to.
Geargardus pulls her blade on Philo.
Hold your tongue, cur. Insult the queen again, and you answer to my blade.
Both of you stop! Geargardus, let him speak.
Queen, the portal. We must hurry.
No, I left Jamora in a horrible state, and I won't have proven my growth as a queen if we can't make change for better.
The divine right of kings and queens has only brought us war and bloodshed ever since the Norn and the Lockney started to share Jamora. I'm not saying the Stone Sage Council is correct either. A bunch of old, out-of-touch people who only rule the Lockney because they know how to use some weird stone magic. But if you really want to unify the Lockney and the Norn for good, give the power to the people. We can change Jamora for the better.
What you're suggesting is treason. I won't let you stain the queen's ears with your filthy ideas any further.
He's right, Geargardus. We can hold elections. Have democratically elected officials ruling all of the states of Jamora. No more councils full of corrupt elders that only exist to serve their own needs. A republic for the people.
Or better yet, we can put the power into the hands of the common folk itself. From each according to their ability, to each according to their needs.
Let's not get too hasty there, Philo.
Sorry, I keep forgetting to unmute. Well, if I'm a bit... I'm sorry. I do wish you'd pick up the pace on this, though. I'm not interested in these kinds of politics.
Odessa, aren't you going to go through the portal?
Not on your life, Queenie. Delgo's down there fighting with his evil son, and you and his friend were just at each other's throats. I'm not missing any more of this drama. It's for bad bitches only.
The swirling energies at the bottom of the pit start booming as bright as lights keep flashing. At the same time, more automatons seem to spring to life around the portal.
I hate to interrupt, but we have company. Keep them off me while I keep it open.
Kyla, Sedessa, Geargardus, and Philo all stand together holding out their weapons.
We hold out for Delgo!
For Delgo!
For Delgo!
Oh, what the hell, why not? For Delgo.
Delgo and Darko battle at the bottom of the pit, firing massive sacred stone blasts at each other, occasionally at the same time, with the stones making contact and causing huge explosions. Delgo flies under one explosion and swipes upward in an uppercut motion, cutting Darko up his chest. It sprays dark blood everywhere before the wound seals itself with dark energy. Darko unleashes a flurry of shadow devils, all flying at Delgo at once. Each one turns into Darko, and he seems to attack from different directions. Delgo parries and deflects each one as best he can, but he's clearly on the back foot. Finally, one cuts him
no jutsu.
Finally, one cuts him across the back, and another across the chest, and another on his thigh. Not being able to take any more, Delgo crushes one of his sacred stones with his bare hand, causing a flash of immense energy to dissipate the shadow devils. He throws the shard with his bloody hand at Darko as they all circle around him and fly up, laying in thousands of cuts all over Darko's body. Delgo pulls another stone to his chest where Darko slashed him, and the two simultaneously heal from their wounds at the same time. They fly towards each other, and their blades clash one more time. Meanwhile, on the platform, Philo is shooting bomb after bomb at the automatons, taking them down one by one. He reaches back into his satchel and pats it a couple times.
Shit! Out of bombs!
He prepares his spear for an automaton that is about to swing right at him, until Geargardus flies in and takes it out in one hit. We follow her flying around from automaton to automaton, taking them out like they're nothing. Cut to Sedessa, dodging and weaving through multiple automatons, wrapping one of them with her chainsword. She then tightens her grip, retracts the blade, and the automaton gets cut into a million pieces, falling to the ground. Kyla has her rapier drawn and assuming a fencing stance.
Come on, you big idiot!
The automaton swings for her, but she deftly dodges and trips its leg as it moves forward, causing it to fall to the ground. She jumps on its back and sticks the rapier straight through its head, and you see it power down as she pulls it back out. Another one comes from behind her and is about to swing, but is met with a dark energy blast coming from Cleo's staff, as she's still standing at the portal, panting as she's trying to keep it open.
Thanks for the assist, but don't strain yourself.
You're Delgo's wife, right?
Yes, I am.
He'd be pretty upset then, if you wound up dead.
What's your name?
I'm Cleo, but you don't need to worry about me.
This world is a dead world, isn't it? Are you all alone here?
I am.
You should come with us. Everyone is welcome in Jamora.
Leave the Halidom?
Another automaton is about to attack Kyla just as Sedessa cuts its leg out from under it, causing it to double over. Philo runs over to distract it.
Look at me, you big dumb machine!
Geargardus then flies in to decapitate it, ending it for good. All three stand side by side with Kyla.
Cleo, I would love it if you came to Jamora. Your gods, your creators, they abandoned you. You deserve a better world where you'll be treated right.
Maybe it is time.
Can the chatter. Here comes more of them.
Another wave of automatons close in as the four fighters stand side by side. Meanwhile, Delgo and Darko stare down in the pit as their energies keep growing stronger and stronger. They both stare at each other and they scream at the same time. Their auras going into overdrive in a way nobody has ever seen before. Their auras get so immense that they reach up to the platform where the portal is, causing it to wig out and start acting weird.
What in the...
Delgo and Darko keep screaming louder and louder. Both charge the stones in their hands and fire at them, this time like a gigantic DBZ beam. The two stones clash in the middle, followed by an insanely powerful trails of energy still coming from Delgo and Darko's hands. The two start flying upwards, maintaining their beams, circling each other as they go. They fly up past the platform, and we quickly cut to an image in the portal turning to television fuzz.
How much longer can you hold out? I am far more powerful than you will ever be.
You may have power, But I have my friends!
Delgo's beam grows much bigger and stronger than Darko's, pushing it back easily. The light becomes brighter and brighter.
It can't be. No, it must be.
Darko's beam gets completely annihilated as Delgo shoots towards Adam.
It's love.
The beam completely consumes Delgo, turning him into nothing but consumes Darko, turning him into nothing but a shadow of his former self. The dark aura completely dissipates and Darko starts to fall. Delgo reaches out to him one more time, but we see several sacred stones swirl around Darko, stopping him from falling. Delgo guides his hand towards the portal, putting Darko inside. Delgo floats back down to the platform and Philo immediately hugs him.
I'm so glad you're back, Big D.
Let's save the celebrations. We need to get out of here.
The labyrinth begins to crumble, but this time the platforms above start crashing into the ones below.
This place is caving in. We have to go now.
We have a small problem. I don't know where the portal was pointing towards.
What do you mean?
It was pointing to Jamora, but now I don't know where it leads. It could still be Jamora, or it could be literally anywhere.
The walls keep caving in around the party.
I don't understand. I thought Darko and Delgo's powers combined needed a catalyst to cause the rift in the worlds.
It must have been the labyrinth. The labyrinth acted as the catalyst.
Sort of, but not exactly. It was the Halidom. You must have tapped into what little power it had left. Now that it's gone, it's crumbling under its own weight.
Well, it's been fun, but I'm not staying in this death trap. I'll try my chances in another world. The next world may be ass, but it'll be the baddest ass there is. Ta-ta!
Sedessa walks into the portal, swaying her hips back and forth like a total baddie.
My queen, there's no more time to wait. We must go now.
I agree. Delgo
wordlessly nods at her.
Don't worry. I'll be the last through. Get in there now.
Okay. I love you.
I love you too.
Philo and Geargardus fly into the portal.
Wait for me!
Philo runs in right after them. Delgo steps at the portal next to Cleo.
I guess this is goodbye, Cleo.
No, it's not. I'm coming too.
Cleo,
Cleo closes in and kisses Delgo on the mouth. The two embrace in clearly French for a while before Cleo pulls away.
I'm going wherever you're going.
Delgo smiles. Cut to a close-up of their hands joining together. Hand in hand, Delgo and Cleo walk into the portal, heading into the brave unknown together. End of Act 2.
Wow.
Alright, last bit. This is the ending. We are in Act 3. Interior, Delgo's apartment. We fade in from the black to reveal Delgo laying naked in his bed. Cleo is also laying there completely nude. Her breasts are visible, but the camera is above the bed, so they're tastefully distant from the shot. Delgo sits up in his bed.
2 months. It's been 2 months since we came here.
Delgo gets up and looks out the window, revealing that he's in the city of Los Angeles. The Hollywood sign is visible from his window. Exterior, the streets of LA.
I'm in a place called LA, on a world called Earth. This world has had 2008 cycles around the sun, or so they claim. Apparently the flow of time is distorted between worlds. We didn't notice the first time because we all entered the rift at the same time, but because Darko went into the portal first, he'd already been here for 5 years.
Cut to Cleo and Delgo walking down the street in a normal everyday Earth clothes.
How do I know? Let's just say he's made it very clear that he's been around for a while.
The camera pans over to a billboard advertising Delgo the movie releasing holiday 2008.
We met up with Sedessa pretty shortly after we arrived, who said she'd already been able to make some connections in Hollywood and get the scoop on the Delgo movie. Apparently, it'd been in production hell for a while, and it was just a pretty standard fantasy popcorn movie at the time. But some bigwig with fresh ideas came to them with a new script and told them if you want the real story, you're going to want to read this. Darko's script was a hit, and Fathom Studios course corrected and as hard as they could, leading to an extra 3-year development period to change almost everything to suit the new story. Anne Bancroft and John Vernon, names you probably recognize but are lost on me, both played roles in the film, but passed away 2 years before this movie was set to come out.
Cut to Delgo, Cleo, and Sedessa walking down the street together.
You may be asking yourself, how come the people here don't give a shit that I'm green? Sedessa has a weird face, and Cleo has bunny ears. Turns out, in LA, everyone's a weirdo, so we fit in just fine. It's a great place to blend in, but a difficult place to stand out. We still hadn't found Kyla, Urgardis, or Philo. Yes, someone around here if you've seen someone with fairy wings or green skin, and they'll tell you Burning Man was a month ago. It's been tough, but thankfully this world has a marvelous invention that I could have only dreamed of in my world. The internet.
Interior, Delgo's apartment. Delgo is sitting at his desk in his apartment, checking with his MacBook Pro open.
I've been spending most of my time on there, trying to find leads on our missing friend, but also just, communicating with people, meeting new friends, finding more people hyped for the Delgo movie, even if they don't know that it's really me, even if they think that it's just a joke. It's not.
Close up on Delgo's computer, showing him logged into early Twitter as @RealDelgo.
I really do care about everyone I meet online. All of the Delg heads, all the Delgo Nation. It makes me feel alive. But the thing is, I know everything's not okay.
Delgo pulls up a trailer for Delgo the movie.
The trailer for my movie is really not good. It's not good at all. I think on top of just trying to let me know he's here, Darko is also trying to sabotage my reputation by releasing an intentionally bad movie. All the more reason to find him and put an end to this whole thing.
Delgo gets from his desk and puts on his hoodie. Exterior, Delgo's apartment building. Delgo and Cleo walk outside, meeting Sedessa.
Good news, and I have bad news. The baddest news there is.
Give me the good news.
I don't know why she's still got that tone of voice. I found Philo.
Oh, that's awesome. And what's the baddest news there is then?
He's been doing exactly what you think he's doing.
Delgo
masturbating.
Delgo pauses for a moment.
Oh, god damn it.
Interior, the
Inner
UCB
manner of
theater.
speaking.
Cut to an empty stage as Philo runs out with 3 other people. The crowd very generously applauds.
Hello, everyone. I'm Philo.
Do we have Doug?
I'm Doug.
I'm Travis.
And I'm Kate.
And we are Sacred Stone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Now, tonight we're going to be putting on a performance for you that's totally unscripted and will never happen again. It's like Vegas. Whatever happens in the UCB theater, stays in the UCB theater. Especially when it comes to Matt Besser's extracurricular classes with the younger students.
The crowd laughs in a way that sounds pretty good when you're on stage, but when you're in the crowd, it's obviously so much weaker. Cut to Delgo, Cleo, and Sedessa all sneaking in and taking seats in the back row.
I kid. It's all love. No, but for real, if you head behind the theater at 420, he will not pass it over to you on the right-hand side. He's very selfish.
Delgo lets out a small, genuine chuckle.
So we're going to perform a few scenes for you. None of them are planned ahead of time. In order to prove it, we're going to be taking some suggestions from the audience. Can I get a location of somewhere where you had a really bad date?
Yeah, an improv show.
The crowd gives a big laugh to that.
Ma'am, I would be lying if I said I wasn't going to take that one personally. Nah. Do we have any other suggestions?
The beach.
Arby's.
Hold on, did I hear you right? Someone actually fucking took you to Arby's?
Yeah.
So how did it go?
Bad. He made us share jalapeno poppers I didn't even want and then made me pay for them.
Philo is doubled over in exaggerated pain like Steve Harvey on Family Feud. He stands upright.
Okay, Arby's?
Philo claps twice, and he and the other improvisers run to the side of the stage. Philo and Kate then walk to the center of the stage and start mimicking eating jalapeno poppers.
These things are so disgusting.
Oh my god, you think so too? OMG, we have so much in common.
I know. That's why we're such good besties.
Doug walks up between them and crosses his hands behind his back.
I'm the manager of this proud Arby's. Is everything to your liking today?
OMG, like, no, these are so disgusting.
So disgusting.
Kylo and Kate keep mimicking eating them.
I understand. There's only one course of action I can take. Julio!
Yes, Mr. Arby's? How can I help, Monsieur?
As my head chef, you've disappointed me for the last time. I'm afraid there's only one thing left for me to do.
Doug mimics pulling out a gun and cocking it.
It's time to take out the trash.
Cut back to Delgo, who generously chuckles at that. The performers wait for a beat.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Travis then mimics going to take out the trash. The crowd does a small laugh before Philo claps twice and they were set to neutral positions at the side of the stage. Cut forward ahead to multiple points in the show where they make some sort of joke and Delgo laughs politely at it.
Sir, this is an Arby's.
The lights go out and come back on as Philo and his troupe stand on the center of the stage, bowing, receiving decent applause.
Thank you so much, everyone. What a lovely crowd. Up next, we have a couple of newcomers trying out this act for the first time, so please be nice to them. Give it up for Middleditch and Schwartz.
Cut back to Delgo, Sedessa, Cleo, and Sedessa walking up through the crowded hall to catch Philo, who's hanging out outside the crowd watching the show.
Hey, man, big fan. That was great stuff.
Hey, thanks. Always nice to meet up. Delgo?
Philo immediately hugs Delgo.
How you been, buddy?
Dude, I've been here for like 8 months all by myself. I thought I was never going to see you again.
Seems like you made new friends out here.
God, yeah, the improv scene here is insane. It's like twice as good as Jamora's.
Sedessa?
Sorry, that's a really good line. Philo, is there somewhere private we can talk? I'm Anne Bancroft.
Oh my god, Sedessa? And Cleo too? I hardly recognized you guys.
Hey, Philo. It was a very funny set. Delgo couldn't stop laughing.
See, if Sedessa said that, I know she was lying. Because it's you, I believe you. Unequivocally, 100%.
Philo.
Yeah, sorry. Let's try it out back.
Exterior, behind the UCB theater. Philo, Delgo, Cleo, and Sedessa all head outside where comedian and improviser Matt Besser is already waiting out back smoking a joint.
Oh, hey, Matt. Didn't realize you were out here.
Hey, what's up, Philo? Sounds like your set went well.
Oh, it was awesome. We absolutely killed up there.
I don't care.
Matt Besser continues to smoke his joint in silence.
It's still so good to see you again, man.
I know. You know, I never thought I was going to see anyone else from Jamor ever again. We had a pretty good life here so far.
Well, we have a plan. If it's successful, we might be able to go back to Jamora for good.
For good?
Right. Cleo's been working on plans for a new portal.
What if I don't want to go back?
We have to go back, Philo. What about our friends and family?
No, Jamora needs you, Delgo. I never really fit in there. I know I was only ever riding on your coattails. I was never meant to be a warrior. I was no good at controlling the sacred stones. I failed as your right-hand man when you ruled as king. I was never cut out for any of that. I just wanted a simple life. I just wanted to tell jokes and make people laugh. And worse yet, I'm not even the guy in your crew that's known for that. Not that I'm anywhere near Plurnt's level, his shit slaps, but it made me feel like I lost my identity. Here in LA, I finally feel like myself for the first time in my life. It's all because I finally got enough distance away from you that I could be my own person. So I'm sorry, Delgo, but I don't want to go back to Jamora.
I understand, Philo, and I respect your decision.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. I know you have a good heart, Delgo.
If you heard anything about Kyla or Darko, can you let me know?
Oh shit, do you mean to get you in touch?
You know where they are?
Yeah, man, I'm DJing the rooftop party this weekend. You know, to celebrate the trailer release for the movie.
Sedessa.
Oh, sorry. I'm sewing a button on my clothing. Can you get us in?
She wants to get into a Darko party. I mean, if you show off that tight bod of yours, they might let you in. Might.
Matt Besser is right, Delgo. The guest list for these things is airtight.
Just give me the location. We'll handle the rest ourselves.
That's sacred information, D-Man. Darko finds out it got leaked, especially to you. He's going to know it's me, and I'm going to lose out on these big-time DJing jobs. I worked my ass off to gain that trust. Plus, I need the money really badly. I'm single, living in an apartment in LA with a cat that needs prescription cat food. And yeah, I'm a DJ now, too. I noticed that you didn't bother to ask about that.
If he asks, we'll tell him that we blackmailed you. We're just going to need a photo of you doing something really embarrassing.
What about a Nazi salute?
I think that could work.
Guys,
As
I'm not...
Nazis go, they're the baddest there are.
Guys, I'm not going to...
Should he pull his pants down too? Like full dick and balls out?
That's a great idea.
Sedessa walks up and pulls down Philo's pants.
Get out of here, Bojack!
Get that hand up, Dick. Get that hand up, green boy.
Cleo pulls out her phone.
I'll take the picture. Keep your arm still, okay, Philo?
Really sell it too. Make it look like you really think what you're doing is cool.
Philo stands there doing a presidential straight arm salute while his junk is exposed to the elements. We hear Cleo take several pictures on her phone.
Okay.
You good?
I'm great.
Thanks for doing this, man. We'll delete the picture after the party so nobody gets their hands on it.
Philo slowly puts his hand down and pulls up his pants before silently walking back inside the theater.
I normally wouldn't butt in like this. Why did we do this? Why did this happen again?
They needed blackmail in order to...
Photo.
I wanted to ask you a question. He said you were Delgo, right? From, well, you know.
Matt Besser points up towards the massive Delgo the movie billboard right across the street.
Yeah, that's right. That's my movie.
Do you have any open voice roles for a really annoying guy who's not funny? I want to make this extremely clear, like as extremely clear as I can. I will scab if I have to.
Nah, I'm sorry, man. We got that role covered already. Plus, we're just a few months out. Not really enough time to get another part in.
Well, fuck you. That sucks.
If you want, we could consider you for Delgo too. I'm sure a lot of roles will open up.
Nah, I'm good.
Matt Besser goes back to silently smoking his joint. Interior Sedessa's apartment. Sedessa lets Delgo and Cleo into her apartment.
It's a bit of a mess in here, so I don't really want to hear it. I'm sorry, I won't say it.
The place is filled with empty Chinese food containers and pizza boxes. Sedessa sits down on her couch and turns on her PS3.
What do you guys want to watch?
I thought we were here to talk about strategy.
We are. But I just wanted to set the mood. Is that so wrong?
You can just put on whatever. We don't mind.
Sedessa pulls out a Blu-ray of Epic Movie and puts it in the PS3, swapping out the disc for MGS4 and putting the MGS4 disc in the Epic Movie case.
This movie is so fucking funny, but it's also twisted. I think you're gonna like it.
So, about the party.
Earth Jesus, Delgo. I'm so glad that paid off. Earth Jesus, Delgo. Just take a load off and chill.
Delgo and Cleo sit on Sedessa's couch. She pulls out her grinder and rolling papers and starts rolling the fattest joint. Even though she's a total mess, she still looks like such a baddie rolling the most perfect joint you've ever seen. She pulls out a grill lighter and lights the joint, taking a puff and laughing really hard at the movie. She hands the joint off to Delgo. Delgo takes a puff and starts coughing really hard. He tries to play it off cool, but he's never smoked a strain this dank before. He hands it to Cleo, who takes a puff and blows a perfect ring. Delgo starts coming down from his coughing fit.
Do you mind if I go no bra mode? I don't normally wear underwear in my own home. I'm mid-Atlantic.
It's cool.
I have no problem with it.
Okay. Rad.
Tessa gets up and takes off her shirt while walking down the hall. She's halfway through getting her bra off before she gets into her room. After a bit, she comes back out wearing a really large hoodie and sweatpants. She sits back in her couch cross-legged.
Yep. So, you guys watch anything good lately?
We started watching this show, Breaking Bad. Have you heard of it?
I think so. I've been watching Sons of Anarchy, and I've been really into it.
It's a lot like Sons of Anarchy, but I don't think it's gonna get a second season. It doesn't seem like it's that popular. It's really good, though.
I might give it a shot.
So about the party?
Right, yeah.
Sedessa takes one last puff off the roach and she puts it out in her ashtray.
We're gonna need to get past the bouncer. I'm not too worried about that, but after the entrance is another layer of security where they check your identity against the SAG database and give you a magnetic wrist strap that can't be removed until you leave from the same security checkpoint. I can't get us on the guest list, but I can get us into the database with clean profiles. We're just going to need to grease some wheels to get through security, hire some shadow runners. Personally, though, I'm mostly worried about Girgargadabagus. If she spots us before we even get close to Debarkago, it might be over before it even begins.
What do you suggest?
Magasks.
Magasks?
It is a masquerade, but if we come with masks ahead of time that cover our full faces, then we should be able to sneak through, bypassing as humans with our freakish lizard.
Gotcha. Anything else?
If shit starts to go south, home doggity, we're gonna need some security.
What do you have in mind?
Sedessa grabs a duffel bag next to her couch and tosses it in front of Delgo. Delgo unzips it to reveal that it's full of guns, handguns, hunting rifles, and a couple AK-47s as well. There are also several stacks of unmarked bills.
Like I said, security. I'm the baddest bitch in this movie.
Delgo stares into the bag intensely.
That'll work.
Take some of the cash, too, and buy yourself some new clothes, sluts.
Delgo takes a stack of hundreds out of the bag and hands it to Cleo.
New clothes? Sluts?
It's a big Hollywood party. You're gonna need to be dressed to the nines like that little one-eyed twink on Lilo and Stitch. And don't cheap out. Find the most expensive tailor you can.
All right.
The three of them sit in awkward silence for a while as the movie plays.
So, do you guys want to fool around?
Yeah, sure, I'm down.
Cleo!
What? Have you looked at her? I'm not wasting the shot.
Cleo gets out of her seat and sits in Sedessa's lap and they start making out. Delgo looks back into the bag, staring at the massive pile of guns. Exterior, rooftop
That's how my
party.
last relationship ended.
Drone shot of a banging party happening on a rooftop in LA. The drone flies by partygoers' heads and passes through the crowd, showing all the hottest stars partying hard and getting their groove on in one long continuous shot. Some of them are wearing masks and others don't seem to care. The drone then flies up to the stage where Philo is DJing.
Okay, so, I might have told you before that this was my life now. Well, I lied. It's actually his life.
During the voiceover, cut to a flat angle shot focusing on the private room behind the stage labeled VIPs only. Inside the room is Darko, wearing an immaculate three-piece suit and an eye patch, standing next to Kyla. Cut to the entrance of the building where Delgo, Cleo, and Sedessa are next in line. Delgo is wearing a fitted black suit, unbuttoned, with fingerless leather gloves embedded with sacred stones. He looking like John Wick. He's got real Sigma vibes. Cleo is wearing a really nice purple dress. She's also wearing a bunny mask to hide the fact that her bunny ears are real. Sedessa is wearing the baddest, sexiest little red dress you've ever seen, showing off a ton of cleavage. Sedessa approaches the bouncer, pulling out several $100 bills from between her breasts, handing it off to him.
This should cover me and my friends. If these are breasts, then they're the biggest breasts they are.
The bouncer eyes Sedessa, Delgo, and Cleo up and down before staring right at Sedessa's tits.
You're just a little short.
You're not the first one to call me a shorty tonight, hot stuff. Oh, I must have been mistaken. This should be enough, right?
Sedessa leans down just a bit to show off more cleavage before lowering the
Booby.
straps just to pull out her tits entirely. She shakes them around a bit.
You must be the baddest bitch around. Please enjoy the party.
I'm so glad someone noticed. It's a pleasure doing business with you.
Cut to an above shot of all three entering the building. Pan out to reveal Geargardus flying above the line before talking into a walkie-talkie. We don't hear what she says. She then flies away. Interior party building hallway. Delgo, Sedessa, and Cleo walk into the hallway with nothing but red lighting. Sedessa, wearing the same iron mask she was as Carmela, walks up to the reception desk next to a metal detector.
Hold up. You're not on the guest list, right?
They must have lost my invite.
Take off the mask. We gotta do a facial scan.
Sedessa takes off her mask and the receptionist pulls out a large, square, gun-looking device at her head. Her laptop fills up with a profile for Georgianne Holt, and the picture is Sedessa's headshot. A bunch of bars fill up slowly as they check off green check marks. She slaps a wrist strap on Sedessa's wrist.
You're good to go on through.
See you guys at the party.
Sedessa walks through the metal detector, which doesn't go
I'm
off.
off to catch that Pikachu.
The doorman opens the door where insanely loud EDM blares. Sedessa goes through and the door closes, and the EDM gets muffled again. Cleo then walks up and gets scanned.
You're good too, honey. Have fun.
Thanks. That's the dream, isn't it?
Cleo looks back at Delgo concernedly. As Cleo walks into the door, Geargardus walks out of it. She goes up to the doorman.
There's some suspicious activity by the line, but nothing really to report right now. How goes everything out here?
Sick.
Delgo's attention shoots back to the receptionist as Geargardus talks to the doorman in the background.
Are you ready, sir?
Yeah.
Delgo slowly starts to pull up his cloth mask of Jigsaw from the Saw movies, keeping an eye on Geargardus. We see a close-up of his Adam's apple gulping. The laptop screen shows a profile for Aziz Alamin. Geargardus starts to look up in his direction, and he immediately puts Geargardus starts to look in his direction, and he immediately puts the mask back on. The bars fill up slowly with green check marks right as Geargardus is looking dead at him. He starts walking in his direction. She walks through the metal detector, which immediately goes off. She's now standing right in front of Delgo, looking right at him. Profile then checks off all green checks. Geargardus puts her hand on Delgo's chest.
Well, looks like you're good to go through. Enjoy the party.
Thanks.
Delgo slowly approaches the metal detector.
Hold it.
Geargardus walks up directly behind Delgo, patting down his chest, arms, in between his thighs, and down his legs. She backs off and nods to the receptionist.
Well, go on through.
Delgo gets his wrist strap and nervously walks forward, slowly stepping through the metal detector. He then walks right through without it going off. The doorman lets Delgo into the party. We see a reverse shot of Geargardus standing there with her arms crossed as the door closes in front of her. Exterior, rooftop party. Delgo meets up with Cleo and Sedessa deep into the party. They're sitting in a pit with Oprah Winfrey and Tom Cruise, but they're both in masks, even though it's obviously still them. Delgo waves them over, and they both group together over in the corner near the bathroom.
You're not gonna believe who I ran into.
I got hit on by Denzel, but I'm sure your name drop is just as impressive, darling.
It was Geargardus. She pulled me aside and patted me down. I think she's on to us.
Not likely. If she was on to us, I don't think there's any way we would have gotten in here at all.
Okay. I'm gonna go hit the bathroom.
Good luck in there.
Delgo heads into the bathroom and looks under the stalls, not seeing any legs in there. Right as he finishes checking, he hears someone come in and gets into a stall. The guy, clearly Louis C.K., walks up to the urinal and starts taking a piss while groaning.
Jesus Christ, it burns.
Louis C.K. shakes his cock and goes back to the party without washing his hands. Delgo sneaks back out of the stall once the bathroom is empty again. He cracks open the window and crawls through it. He looks down to see how far he is from the ground. Delgo jumps, activating his sacred stones, flying over to the building across the street. He lands on the balcony and opens up a glass door to an apartment. He uses his sacred stone to light up the room, and he sees the duffel bag on the floor. He grabs it and puts it on the bed, takes off his jacket, and puts on multiple holsters, filling them with guns. He then grabs a hunting rifle from out of the bag, extends the tripod, and sets it up on the kitchen table, looking out through the glass balcony door. He grabs an AK-47 from the bag and starts to take it apart. He then unscrews the large bolts from on top of the gun, removing the buttstock and throwing it in the bag. He slings the now stockless AK over his shoulder. He then reaches back in the bag and grabs a couple more handguns. He puts one in front of his belt and another in the back. He walks out to the front door of the apartment and unlocks it, before heading back to the balcony and flying back to the party. Cut to inside the women's restroom where Cleo and Sedessa are waiting. They hear a knock on the window. Sedessa opens it up and Delgo slips in.
Took you long enough, hot stuff.
Delgo pulls out his guns he hid in his waistband and hands one to Sedessa and one to Cleo. Cleo puts hers in an empty leg holster hidden in her dress, and Sedessa puts hers between her tits.
Okay, everyone. There's no coming back after this. We all ready?
Ready.
Boobies.
Okay, let's do this.
Cleo and Sedessa leave the bathroom while Delgo is sneaking out behind them. Delgo starts moving through the crowd, heading towards the VIP room. He makes his way to the dance floor and up at Philo DJing. He's honestly fucking tearing it up and his dance moves are really slick. Delgo sees multiple masked dancers also keeping their eyes on him, clearly with guns hiding under their jackets. One of the guards at the stairs in front of the VIP room puts his hand on Delgo's chest and pushes him back.
VIPs only.
Delgo tries to push past him, but the guard pushes him back aggressively.
You stupid or something?
You're gonna want to let me through.
And why is that?
I'm here to see my son.
I assure you, no son of yours is in that VIP section.
Delgo takes his mask off to reveal his face.
You sure about that?
The guard immediately pushes Delgo to the ground and speaks into his earpiece.
The eagle has landed. I repeat, the eagle has landed.
The guard pulls out his handgun and is immediately shot through the head. Cut to Delgo laying on the ground with a pistol out and smoking. There are screams in the crowd and they start to lose control. Delgo spots one of the guys who is dancing, pulling out his gun and aiming for him. Delgo rolls behind cover, dodging a few shots. One of them hits Johnny Depp in the ankle. Delgo fires back right through the mask and through his forehead. Delgo gets back on his feet and finds cover behind a bar. Several guards all pull out guns and start firing tons of shots. We see two of them get shot off screen. Delgo looks from where the shots came from and sees Cleo and Sedessa providing cover fire. Delgo pulls out another pistol and dives out from cover. We see a slow-mo shot of him firing guns akimbo in midair, each of the guards going down one after another. Delgo lands and we return to normal time, all of the guards on the balcony dead.
Go, go, go!
Move!
Delgo and Cleo and Sedessa all run out from cover and move up. Delgo gets behind the DJ booth where he sees Philo cowering by himself.
Take this!
Delgo tries to hand Philo a pistol, but he slaps it out of his hand.
Fuck off, dude! This is insane!
I have to get to Darko, and I need your help.
Darko isn't the same dude anymore! He's been living here for years! He doesn't give a shit about killing or conquer or anything like that! He just wants to make movies!
Philo, I need you!
Fuck you, Delgo!
There's no time for this, my fellow bitches. They're coming.
Delgo gets up from the DJ table and pulls out his AK, aiming it at the door. Just as tons of armed guards run through the entrance to the party, Delgo opens fire and doesn't let go. Each new guard running in gets met with a hail of bullets, all of them dying like fish in a barrel. As soon as Delgo's AK runs out of bullets, Delgo takes the magazine and flips it over, plugging in the other side of the magazine taped to it, and starts firing again. The guards eventually stop coming and Delgo stops firing, and we're met with a moment of silent reprieve.
Drop it!
Delgo looks over and sees Geargardus holding Philo at gunpoint.
Just toss the gun on the ground and back away, Delgo.
Easy now, Geargardus. You don't want to do this.
No. You don't want to do this. What do you think you're accomplishing here?
I'm stopping Darko for good.
You have no idea what's going on, do you? Do you think we normally staff a party with this much armed security?
I don't try to understand the whims of a homicidal madman.
We hired them because we got a tip you were coming.
A tip? Philo, you rat!
Delgo, please! You have to stop this!
You sold me out?!
Look what you did, Delgo! You're dangerous! We could have just set up a meeting! You didn't have to do any of this!
Why didn't you say something?
I tried to, but then you pulled down my pants and made me do a Nazi salute!
Just put the guns down, Delgo. I'll take you to Darko myself, and we can talk this out.
How can I trust you?
Kyla trusts him. Do you not trust your own wife?
Delgo backs off a bit before gnashing his teeth.
She stabbed me in the back over and over again.
Delgo, just put the guns down. We can end this now. Ah!
Your Goddess gets shot in the shoulder. She doubles over in pain. We see her through the scope of the hunting rifle. Cut back to the apartment, and we see Matt Besser looking down the scope.
Turn down my audition, huh? Take that, you dumb bitch!
Cut back to the rooftop where Philo scurries off to the corner. Delgo signals to Matt Besser to hold off on firing. He then signals to Cleo and Sedessa, who all follow Delgo, who is pulling out another pistol. Delgo kicks in the door of the VIP room and sees Darko standing there with his hands up. Kylo is also standing there next to him.
I'm very sorry, Delgo, for having so many people pull guns on you. We should have just talked, but we had no idea how you were going to react, especially not if you were working with Sedessa.
Can it, dirtbag? We need to combine our powers again and make a portal back to Jamora.
I'm well aware of that. In fact, it's all I've been trying to accomplish my whole time here.
Are you kidding me? Do you know how jarring it is to going to another world for the first time, seeing your face plastered all over the place?
How do you think I was funding portal research? We needed to make Delgo the movie in order to fund the scientific research needed to transport between different worlds.
This is the stupidest thing anyone's ever written in the history of the human race.
What's your goal? Interdimensional conquest?
No, Delgo. I was just trying to help her get home.
Darko puts up one of his arms in motion towards Kyla.
That's why I agreed to help work on this movie.
Jamora needs its queen, and I'll be more than willing to help it get its king back as well.
You're lying to me. Tell me why you've really done this. I watched that trailer. It sucks! Are you trying to damage my reputation?
Oh, you hated the trailer? We put so much work into it. Me and the crew tried to emphasize that Delgo's a grand adventure with a star-studded cast.
Yes, and it's dog shit!
You shut up a ton of people just to tell us that a trailer sucked?
No, Kyla, he's right. It's not a good trailer. I knew it when we were working on it. This whole project has been doomed, Delgo. Been stuck in production hell for years. The movie finally coming out was a studio mandate. They said piss or get off the pot, and we didn't really have a choice.
Delgo starts to put his gun down, and Sedessa and Cleo cautiously start to put theirs down as well.
Philo was a big part of our plan as well. You're not the only person who can control the sacred stones. We wanted to keep him close by in case we never found you.
All right. I think I understand. I'm sorry, Darko. I'm sorry, Kyla, too, for all of this.
It's okay, Dad. I think we all contributed to creating a situation that could have been alleviated if we simply just spoke.
Delgo walks up to Darko and puts his gun to his throat.
Delgo!
I'll help you with your movie, but I want final cut approval.
It's all yours. It's your story. I trust your creative vision, Dad.
Delgo holsters his gun and sticks his hand out. Darko shakes it. Cut to outside the VIP room where Cleo is healing the gunshot wound in Regardless' shoulder.
Thank you, Cleo. I appreciate your help.
It's no problem at all. Oh, Philo!
Cleo walks over to Philo, who's still cowering in the corner. Cleo pulls out her phone, pulling out the picture of him doing the Nazi salute. She shows it to him.
Let me take care of this for you.
Cleo hits the delete button, and the photo is gone forever.
Thanks.
No problem. There's a lot of catharsis happening in there, and I think you should talk to Delgo when he finally calms down. I'm sure he's going to be doing a lot of apologizing.
He fucking better.
Interior, editing room. We see Delgo in an editing room monitor standing behind several editors. He's pointing to the monitors and telling them what to do.
Well, I got the final cut on the movie. The problem? The whole thing was a disaster. The CG looked dated even by 2008 standards, but I was hoping the story would carry it and people would be able to resonate with it emotionally.
We cut between multiple shots of Delgo looking frustrated, writing emails on his laptop at home and sitting in the director's seat on a soundstage.
I called for last-minute reshoots on anything we could. I called for last-minute reshoots on anything we could cover to try and plug up plot holes. We had to work around the dialogue of all the actors who couldn't come back into the booth. We were able to push the release until 2009, but this thing was a disaster from the get-go. Turning it into a story about the horrors of racism and how we can all fight oppression felt like the best movie we can make. But there was only so much we could do with the source material.
Cut to a theater filling up with people.
And then, on opening night,
Delgo, Kyla, Philo, Cleo, Sedessa, Geargardus, Darko, Freddie Prinze Jr., and Jennifer Love Hewitt all sit in the front row. The movie plays and there are several reaction shots of the crowd looking confused, some of them laughing. We start to see a few people walking out. More and more slowly start to walk out over time. By the time the movie is over, Delgo stands up and starts applauding, and he sees half the theater is completely empty.
it was a total bomb.
Cut to news reports saying that Delgo is the lowest grossing movie of all time.
And it was even worse in the box office.
Cut to
You know,
Delgo.
Mr. Delgo Stock, it occurs to me that you could make more money with a flop than with a hit.
Cut to Delgo and Darko working together to channel different sacred stones.
Darko's research never got funded, but we still worked together to try and find a way to create a new portal home. Until then, we're stuck here, just trying to make the most of it.
Cut through a montage of Philo on stage doing improv with his troupe. Sedessa sitting at home eating Cheetos and laughing on her couch, passing a joint to Matt Besser. Geargardus and Darko at the club together where Darko gestures coyly at a cute girl and mouths buy her a drink to Geargardus, who looks embarrassed. And then finally, Kyla, Cleo, and Delgo all sitting on a Ferris wheel seat together.
And sometimes...
Cut to Kyla, Delgo, and Cleo walking down the street together. Delgo's arms locked with the both of them. Delgo walks past a newsstand with a bunch of loose Blu-rays, all marked for $5. Kid walks up and pulls out a copy of Delgo on Blu-ray.
Mom, this looks so cool. Can we buy it?
Sure, honey.
Both Kyla and Cleo put their heads on Delgo's shoulder.
The little things make it all worth it.
Cut to black. The end. A bar song, Tipsy by Shabuzi, starts playing. Credits roll.
It was a masterpiece.
Wow.
Delgo too.
Now hold on a
Bravo.
minute.
Author!
Hey,
Shoot the author!
Alright, I'm gonna leave the movie theater now, so...
That's fine. One last
Okay.
thing though. We have the post-credit scene.
Oh wait, I sit back down in my chair.
The Delgo 2 logo comes in at the end of the credits right as a Rolling Stone Green Day cover goes silent. Scrumbo while the logo is still on screen.
I'm happy to report that Project D was a massive success.
There's silence as if we're hearing one side of a phone conversation.
That's right. Delgo and Darko made contact, causing a rift open to multiple worlds. Not just yours and mine.
Cut to inside the spooky lab and we see Scrumbo speaking on the phone.
You know, it's funny, Mr. President. Darko saw Delgo as a father, but I feel like I've lost a son.
Just say the line.
That's right.
Just say the fucking line, Zuna.
That's right. You'll be able to make it to this world to extract the power of the sacred stones. The Mother Rock is still intact and is ready for you to recover, Mr. President.
Cut to a close-up shot of a man's face speaking into the telephone. He sounds suspiciously like Barack Obama.
Thank you, Scrumbo. Your work has been of great value to the United States of America.
Cut to the behind of the president's chair and we see him sitting in the Oval Office.
You will be compensated greatly for your work in preserving our great union. Take care, Scrumbo.
We maintain a shot behind his chair as the president puts down the phone and starts writing in some papers.
Umbasa. Bassa.
Cut to black.
Chills, bro. Chills.
That's Delgo 2!
It was wonderful.
Fucking Jills.
I'm so happy to have been a part of this historic moment in cinema history.
Thank you so much. If everyone would like to please introduce themselves, because we didn't introduce you at the top, please, by all means, go for it.
I'm Delgo.
Just everybody at once?
I'm Abby Denton, and I'm the baddest bitch there is. Sorry.
We can go alphabetical, top to bottom.
Character name?
Alan. No.
Oh, me.
Alan, you go. Yeah, your
Plur.
knuckles.
I was Plurn.
Alan was Plurn.
I'm Abby
Howdy.
Denton, and I'm the baddest bitch there is. This was an honor, a privilege, and an indelible stain on my resume.
Howdy, I'm Josh. I did my best Matt Besser and Barack Obama impressions, and you can listen to me every week on the Worst of All Possible Worlds podcast.
Yes.
Really good Matt Besser, honestly.
It was great. You were my. I'll just say it. You were my favorite character.
Thank you for your support.
Wow.
Hey, dude, we're all here.
Hello, I'm Cap. I played a Cleo, a character I've never heard of, in a movie that I've never seen.
She wasn't in the first
so
one,
happy
so
to be
don't
here.
worry.
Well, she was in Dragalia Lost, but yeah.
Yeah, she's in a dead iOS game, but we don't need to go into that.
I'm Ellie, Civil Ellie. I'm one of the extras, so I voiced a bunch of extra characters. Every single one of them was violently murdered after I got them with their roles.
I'm right there with you.
I feel you, Ellie.
I'm Kohab, and I was Curran and Elder Piro and Young Doctor 1 and your favorite audience member number 3.
Is it me next?
Yeah.
Discord order, go for it.
I'm gonna try and make this really quick. I have a lot of thoughts and I want to just get them all out on the table. Hi, I'm Gambiy. I played 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 extras. My proudest of which I think might have been the guard. Actually, I enjoyed the little try to do a Patrick Warburton on that one. I loved being here. I have seen the original Delgo, and I have to say, Delgo 2 is an improvement. The writing is better. I thought that part where they go into reality, I thought that was going to be. I read through the script a little bit. I thought it was going to be tasteless. It was excellent. It was very tasteful. Oh geez. I want to give quick compliments to the other people in the cast. All of you are wonderful. Quick thing. The sorry, I was so nervous. Every line I got, I was so nervous.
You did good.
Pseudo and Russ had wonderful chemistry as oh my god, what's the guy that starts with S?
Freaky E. Einstein? Or
Dr. Frankie Einstein,
God
very
rest
good
his soul.
character.
We've been bitter rivals for years.
Yeah, they hate each other, so.
Yeah, we're enemies.
That's a shame, because if anyone has ever played the video game Destroy All Humans, I'd love to see a version of Destroy All Humans where Pseudo and Russ are crypto and
Fuck
bots.
yeah. Hell
Oh,
yeah.
We can't
That's my
high-five
time.
hard enough.
I'm Kiro, also called Kerbumble on various other sites, Twitch and shit. I was Philo, which I intended to audition for a role, and then I was just told, no, you're going to be Philo. I know it has to be you. I had no idea what to expect. I was incredibly nervous also. This was great. Everyone did so good. I am also realizing I think maybe I have a weirdly large amount of enjoyment for being made to say just the worst shit that I hate having to say.
It was character assassination.
Yeah, I think I like.
No. It's not character assassination, because you are a dramatic step up from Philo in the first movie.
I'm like having conflicted feelings about how much I enjoyed having that done to me, and I kind of want this to happen again, and I kind of want you to go further with it. Thank you.
Well, good news about Doug's second movie coming up soon.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
You ready, folks?
Finally.
And Delgo 3.
We'll talk about Delgo 3 at some point.
Yeah, we will.
Max, if you would.
Yeah, hi, my name is Max Newland. Put my real name on this for reasons that are a mystery to all. I was Dartgo, and I decided my remit would be to play it as though it were as serious as Shakespeare.
You could flatten trees.
You were one
with
of the
voice
best parts
you-
of the whole thing.
Absolutely
Thank you
insane
very much.
read on all of those.
And I don't know if it's obvious or not, but Scott, when he told me, like when we were talking about it before this, he specifically asked about my Walton Goggins impression. I don't know if that was
Oh my
obvious.
god! Oh my god!
Oh,
fuck! That was perfect. Oh
yeah, and the thing is, I've literally never seen a movie with Walton Goggins in it. So I just watched a bunch of clips on YouTube of like him as the ghoul.
You nailed it,
and
man.
then Justified. And Justified looks pretty cool. That looks like a cool show.
You fucking killed it.
Delgo will be in White Lotus season 4.
But thank you all. It was tons of fun.
Hi, I'm Melody. I'm Melody Burst on Twitch. I was I was one of. It's spelled like 4 different ways.
Girardelli.
One of the most
Gerdarius.
important characters.
Gerdarius. That's it.
Thank you. Really great performance. Loved it. Top to bottom.
Hi, I'm Phlogiston for life, and I had an incredibly great time. Thank everyone so much for allowing me to be here, and for just having a great performances, great script, great all around. I will say I did coward out on improvising, having Louis C.K. claim that it was burning when he peed because he might have caught something from the baddest of the baddies. I hope that my
Hey, I
cowardice
wouldn't
does not-
sink that low. Come on.
Well, I hope that my cowardice, or smartly not doing that joke, except for here, doesn't prevent me from future roles.
I'm rating it like a half a star left, less on
No!
Letterboxd now.
No! Pseudo, if you would.
Oh, sorry. Did we jump? Did we jump
Pseudo,
the list?
I enjoyed your improvising at the end immensely. I just wanted to say that. I thought Scott was being very rude by hurrying you along to the end.
You're the only
would
real
love-
motherfucker in the theater.
I need to interrupt Pseudo, or else he'll do nothing. That's just kind of
Okay,
the way it goes.
it's not that I'll do nothing. You're afraid that I'll do something.
Sure. No, I guess that's it.
This is a whole movie about the cowardice of the hide-brained, the fusty old, the stone sages, and the hot young bucks like Pseudo. All right, Scott, and I think it's about time you stepped aside.
Scott, remember that comedians are the real truth tellers.
It's true. It's true.
It's true. Yeah.
It's so important we shared that message.
I think a backhanded props to you, Scott, because I said, I don't care, whatever, man, pick a role you want me to play. And you said Scrumbo, and I controlled F, and I saw in the first 2 lines that Russ was playing Dr. Frankie, and then the next line I saw was me fucking three dudes in a Bugs Bunny bit, and I was like, okay, I did this to myself, right? Anyways, incredible. I'm Pseudo Streams. I'm plugging my fucking YouTube. I make content. Welcome to hell. Also, real quick, cut it. Did we skip in the line? Did we jump from Alan to Gambiy?
No, we're going Discord.
Nope. Everybody else said something.
I made a
Oh.
comment after it was Flodgist.
Okay.
Am I saying that right?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. My bad. All right. Well then, I'm segueing. Bye. Thank you.
I'm Robbie. I was Delgo.
Yeah, good job.
Wow.
Thank you.
Not only was this script absolutely fucking hilarious, but every single person in here fucking annihilated it.
You
much.
You took an unenviable task as Delgo, being the main character.
Really fell on that sword for us.
Literally.
There's a lot of lines.
More likable than Freddie Prinze Jr. though.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I,
Not like a super
yeah.
high bar, but it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
Uh,
I mean, listen, Freddie Prinze Jr. didn't remember Delgo famously in Scott's cameo. So I hope you remember Delgo too like
I
he could.
hope you'll remember this for the rest
Well,
of your life.
Robbie was just in it, so we don't know that. We don't know that Robbie's gonna remember it tomorrow.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
do feel permanently scarred, so I don't.
Okay, good. That's what I was going for.
Yeah, I don't see a universe where I could actually forget about it. But again, just everybody here was so fucking funny, and y'all did such a really good job on this fucking script. There's so many gags in this that I was like, when I was muted, tilting my head back and fucking laughing at. Like anytime improv comedy came up, I couldn't fucking help. Like it's so funny.
We joke. So me and Russ are famously both improvisers. So it's like as soon as we like started writing jokes about it, I knew for a fact that I needed to write an improv scene.
Just talking about like your 5-point scripts was so fucking funny. At, like any time it came up out of fucking nowhere, I couldn't believe it. Yeah, no, just so much fucking fun. If you ask me to be in Delgo 3, I'm gonna find you and kill you.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, sounds good.
We all know who Russ is. Russ needs no introduction.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I was Dr. Frankie. I just want to justice for Dr. Frankie Ian Stein. He was a really good character. He was really funny and clever, and he had a lot of great potential to grow. And some people felt like he shouldn't be in the script for much longer. And I'm just, I would say some people politicked Dr. Frankie Ian Stein a little earlier than I'd like him to be, but that's fine.
I could have used more of him.
I thought we were gonna go all the way, dude.
I think he could have gone back with Sedessa and fallen in love with her. But, we don't.
That's that story.
Yeah.
Yes, but sadly he got written down. He got taken down. But that's fine. Anyway. Sarah, please continue.
Oh, is it my turn? Hi, I'm Sarah Everett. I will put my government name on this also. Scott approached me and he said, I'd love for you to be a part of this project and peruse the script and let me know kind of who you thought you might want to be. And he proposed actually Sedessa and Kyla to me. I thought Sedessa would be really fun, but Kyla, I think I have more of the bratty princess voice for. So, and I'm so pleased with how Sedessa turned out. So I think it was the right move for sure. But yeah, this whole thing has stoked my inner theater child bad part of myself that I hate and tamp down every single day. So thank you so much for letting me be a part of it.
Sarah, could I beg you to give a read of I may be a bitch, but I'm the baddest one around? I just want to hear how you yes.
Yeah, for sure. I may be a bitch, but I'm the baddest one around.
Yeah.
Wow.
I like yours better. I like yours better, Abby.
Oh, you want to? I was delighted your microphone cut. Because Discord blinks on and off when you start talking, and it sounded like you said God approached you to be in this script.
I thought so too.
I was like, why would he do that?
I wasn't the only one.
What a cruel act! Yeah, nailed it.
Hey, I'm Solon. I also putting this is my government name. Unfortunately,
But you're not putting your last name on. Thank God.
Oh no, this is actually my professional name. I've been dealing with the research people to see if I can be mononymous, and the OSF and Orchid ID systems let me do that, and so I'm a professional librarian researcher with a single name.
The mononym is powerful.
I was Clasto, and
justice for
this,
Clasto, bro.
You were so funny as Clasto.
I had so much fun with it.
We're bringing back Mecha Clasto in the next one.
Yes, dude. Fuck
And
yeah.
the nature themes versus the mechanical themes.
Wait,
that's art. That's writing. That's writing, dude. What? The musical numbers would be crazy.
Bro,
I noticed that Clasto died by having a rock dropped on him that Delgo did not control.
Yikes.
Well, it
And I'm a
shows that
little-
in the
It was a
nature
rock,
of
not a
things.
stone.
Yeah.
No. See, this was his moment of weakness in screenwriting terms. It's the end of the first act, so famously, Delgo could control the stones. By the end of the first act, he needs to be, it needs to be shown that he can't always control every stone. It's just screenwriting 101.
Correct.
That's all I'm saying.
That's right. I also, during the second act, because I wasn't in it, I did write an abstract book report for Delgo too.
Okay, good. And last but very much not least.
Hi, I'm Vioni. 5'9". I sent you all a picture of my headshot. I played Selvage, Last Minute, Councilman 1, Little Lachlan Boy, Elder Marley, Bouncer, and Little Kid. I guess what really inspired me to join this was I saw Scott's post in Robbie's Discord, and I said, that looks like fun.
Worked out.
Okay, good enough.
Can I just say, you as Little Boy, second favorite character.
Really solid stuff.
Wow.
I demanded, when I was given Selvage Last Minute, I said, please don't take a little boy away from me. Not knowing that Scott had changed the script and removed the part where he coughs multiple times very loudly.
Oh, can I just say, I think I'm on my third or fourth thunderstorm outside my house today.
Fun.
The last few lines I had, literally a second before they happened, lightning hit right outside my house, and I was waiting for the reverberations to stop so that I could turn my mic on.
Not into interpreting importance, are you?
I literally there was a couple of dramatic pauses that were not intentional because I had to wait for the lightning to go away.
However, your power didn't, get shut off by the, so Delgo 2 not cursed.
It didn't, but here's the thing. I knew lightning was coming because my monitor shut off. The lightning sent like an EMP blast and shut off my monitor. And then a second later, I heard a boom. And I was like, oh my God.
Melody, you're a true Delgo 2 survivor.
Yeah. Wow.
This
So
proves that you and Delgo 2 are more powerful than God.
next stream is on Tuesday.
Jesus to you.
Next stream is Tuesday, our regular Tuesday stream. We're planning on doing a Delgo 2 debrief. Just me and Russ talking about the stuff, but everyone in the cast totally welcome to come join in on that as well if y'all want to talk about it.
I'll be there.
Absolutely. That's a Tuesday 7 p.m. EST.
Is that happening here? Like in this?
Yeah, I'll do it in here. Might as well.
I feel like I'll be debriefing with my therapist first.
About what? About the important
And she's
themes
the
that you learned
baddest
about?
therapist around.
Hey, thank you. Actually, could I say, I've already forgotten who said it, but someone said, Scott, please don't take little boy away from me. And I just want someone to give a read of that line, but in the voice of like a caveman.
Ugh, go to family court. Please don't take Ugg little boy away.
Please. Oh, the Croods 2 sounds awesome. Wait, did they already make Croods 2? Croods 3.
You can't be suggesting things like that. We really will make it. Is the problem?
Oh my God, there was a Croods 2. Never mind.
Scott Besser's Croods 3? Cruds? What the fuck?
Is there anyone we should raid? I don't really have anyone on right now. I'm down to I don't really have anyone right now who's
Shrimps 24/7.
I could stream.
I have like 30 people online.
Shoot me one. It don't matter who.
Big Nose Bug.
Yeah, sure.
Big Nose Bug streaming.
I wanna ask.
Bugs.
Are we going to Slippy's for drinks after this?
Yeah.
You know it.
I have work in an hour. I won't be there. See you guys though.
You know the stipulation.
Ruh-roh.
All right, thank you everyone so much for Delgo. And now that Delgo 2 is over, let's go and watch Delgo 1.